All right, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We did start a few minutes late this evening. I am going to ask you to take your seats. If you need to have a conversation, please step out into the foyer. I am calling to order this meeting of the West Hollywood Planning Commission. This is a regularly scheduled meeting. In case anyone needed a reminder, it is Thursday, July the 18th. Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to call Ted Green to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Would you all please rise and join me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now our secretary will do roll call.
Good evening. Commissioner Hoopengarner?
Present.
Commissioner Erickson?
Present.
Commissioner Buckner?
Present.
Commissioner Bass?
Here.
Commissioner Elchel?
Here.
Vice Chair Carvalero?
Here.
Chair Jones?
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Great. So item 4 is approval of the agenda. I just want to make a quick note in case anyone is here and was not aware. There are 2 items that are being continued to future meetings. One is the Robertson Lane item. That has been continued, and I want to make sure that if there's anyone who has come here tonight, sincere apologies if you didn't know this in advance, but that will be continued, I believe, to a date uncertain. Is that correct? Has that been determined yet? I don't think it has.
August 15th.
Oh, it is our
Yes.
next meeting. Sorry, 2 meetings from now, August 15th. Thank you. I also want to just make a note that the ZTA for property maintenance standards, that's item 10D, is also being continued to our September 5th meeting, correct? Great. I just want to make sure that is different than what's listed in the current agenda, but just FYI. So if you've come to speak on those items, those will be continued on those dates. Otherwise, do I have approval of the agenda?
Move approval.
Moved by Commissioner Erickson, seconded by Commissioner Hoopengarner. And the agenda is approved.
Great. Moving on to our next item, item 5, which is approval of the minutes from our June 20th meeting.
Motion by Commissioner Bass, seconded by Chair Jones. And the minutes for June 20th, 2019 are approved.
Great. Thank you. Item 6 is public comment. Do we have any public speakers, David?
We do. We have one public comment, Ted Green.
Great, thank you. Again, just as a matter of course, if you aren't familiar with coming to give public comment at the city, you are always welcome here. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I was just here. My name is Ted Green, and I live at 8550 Holloway Drive. The owners of the apartment building at 8500 Sunset Boulevard are clients of mine. On January 17th, this commission moved forward a zone text amendment regarding a 1-year minimum lease for apartments, condos, and single-family homes built in the last 18 years and going forward. After considerable discussion by the commission, the motion made by Commissioner Buckner and seconded by Commissioner Bass to approve the ZTA also recommended that alternatives 1, 2, and 3 in the staff report that dealt with 1, allowing a certain portion of units in a building to offer flexible leases of 90 days or more, 2, not applying the 1-year minimum lease to single-family homes and ADUs, and 3, codifying a land use for extended stay hotels or corporate housing, continued to be explored. Additionally, at the suggestion of Commissioner Hoopengarner, exploration of education and enforcement of the ZTA was added into your motion, which passed 6-1. This issue was slated to go before the City Council on February 19th, but was pulled from their agenda. Earlier this week, Rachel Diamond let me know it is now scheduled to go back before the City Council on August 19th, and I thank Rachel for the courtesy of letting me know. The reason I'm calling this to your attention is because your call for further exploration of alternatives 1, 2, and 3 nor the call for an education and enforcement program was not included in the staff recommendation to the City Council that was prepared for their meeting in February. Instead, staff simply called for adopting the ZTA as originally presented to you. I hope that in the next month, you will act to ensure that your vote on one-year minimum leases, which included further exploration of allowing a portion of a building to offer flexible leases of 90 days or more, removing single-family residences and ADUs, and establishing extended stay hotels or corporate housing, and a program of education enforcement is, in fact, what is brought before the City Council on August 19th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Any more public speakers at this time, David?
No.
Thank you. Item 7 is our director's report.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. John Kehoe, Director of Planning and Development Services. I just had one item to announce, and that was at the City Council meeting on Monday, the City Council did approve changes to the municipal code to adopt new green building requirements. So I'm very happy that that ordinance has been passed. I need to come back on a second reading, and then there's some more technical 30 days and that type of thing, and then it becomes effective. So I'm very happy about this new advance for the City of West Hollywood on sustainability issues. So that's all I have for tonight.
Great, thank
I have
you.
a
Any
question.
questions for the director?
I understand we might have some staffing changes going on in the near future?
That is true. Nothing is official yet,
Okay.
but there could be 2 vacancies in the manager positions here in the City of West Hollywood for planning.
Okay, thank
David
you.
and Bianca. Right. So I will miss them dearly.
Thank you. Wait, Commissioner Altschul?
I just wanted to announce or state that unfortunately I need to leave my telephone on tonight because Jean Dobrin is in the emergency room at Cedars and I'm on call to make any decisions if necessary. It does not seem to be life-threatening.
Thank you, and we wish Jean all of the best. Just segueing, thank you, into item 8, items from commissioners. I will start at my left. Commissioner Buckner.
No.
Commissioner Hoopengarner.
I do have one item. As most of you know, I've been very actively involved in the green building planning, I forget the name of it, green building stuff. And that most recently went to City Council at the last meeting. And I wanted to just reach out and congratulate Robin, Eason, and Bianca on an excellent job. They did a yeoman's job trying to pull together an incredibly complicated subject and present it in a way that made sense-ish to everybody. And I just wanted to, we don't often have an opportunity to just point out something really well done, and I think this was an example of that. So thank you.
Commissioner Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was there at the City Council meeting, and it was quite the feat. And they did it very quickly, if I remember, because it was, I think, 1 or 2 a.m. I cannot remember. It wasn't 1 or 2 a.m. It was like 11:30, but still. I just wanted to let the commission and the public know that if they see me get up and leave after 10:30, it's not because I do not want to be here. I have to actually catch a flight. I am flying to a conference that I have to attend as part of a board member that as part of a board that I serve on. So I will excuse myself after 10:30 if I need to. So just letting you all know.
Thank you. Commissioner Caballero? I just want to note that we had our annual training for commissions and boards last night, which I think most of us were able to attend. I just want to also state for the record that I think I can speak for all of us when I say that we really do endeavor to make this process as transparent and as welcoming as possible. We're up here, twice a month, and our very professional staff does this for a living, but I know it can be intimidating sometimes to come up and talk in an environment where you don't know people and there are bright lights shining in your face. So please know that we do absolutely rely on public feedback to inform so many of the decisions that we make, and that they are critical to the public and democratic process. So just know that all are welcome here. Whether we all agree or not, we are happy to see you. I also just wanted to nod to, I know it's not official, but I read it in WehoVille, okay? that David and Bianca, we will give you an appropriate and proper, and I hope appropriately somber send-off, but you will be missed. And we have very much enjoyed working with you. I think combined, we're losing you've served a number of years here, maybe longer than some of the people in this audience have been alive combined. Not me.
Whoa.
Not anymore. But just want to say that for the record. Oh, one more thing. I also wanted, and of course now I've completely lost my train of thought. There was something else I wanted to say. Oh, as per the agenda, and I think there's a note in probably text that most of us have to squint to read or put on our reading glasses. If there are any agenda items that we don't get to tonight before 10:30, we will likely continue them to the next meeting, while of course not wishing to stifle anyone's voices or make them feel rushed. We are going to endeavor to move through all of them this evening, so just expect things to move at an appropriate but perhaps brisk clip. But again, taking into account all of our process and being mindful of the importance of public participation in this process. So that's all that I have. Anyone else? You'll have another opportunity to speak at the end of the meeting, as you know. So with that, we will move into item, this is 9A, our consent calendar, 8900 Santa Monica Boulevard. This is a 30-day operational review of Rocco's Tavern. This is on consent. I don't know if anybody, we didn't technically pull this and approval of the agenda to
Move
discuss.
the consent calendar.
So we can vote to move the consent calendar.
I
unless
just
anyone-
have one question for staff.
Okay, as a matter of record, do we need to pull this to
I
discuss?
think she can ask one quick clarifying question. If it's going to be a
Okay.
long discussion, we'll move it to the
Okay,
end.
great, thank you.
I just didn't see anywhere in the staff report that spoke to how much live music actually happened. When this approval came through, the big issue was the live amplified music until whatever o'clock in the morning. And so the fact that there were no complaints or whatever, I was just curious as to how much in the first 30 days amplified music was actually in place.
Yeah, from my understanding is that they've had live entertainment every night that they've been open.
Rocco's has the benefit of being right across the street from the sheriff's station, so unless anyone has further comment on that, I'm going to have a little bit of fun with this while I still hold this chair, so just know that tonight. I think we'll move into public hearings, if everyone's aligned. Oh, I guess we have to vote, my bad. Just kidding.
Commissioner Buckner? Thank you. And the consent calendar is approved as presented. It's a receive and file.
Great, thank you. So, item 10A, again, if anyone who might have come in late for this item, this is the 645 to 681 North Robertson Boulevard and 648 to 654 North Lapeer Drive. This is the Robertson Lane Hotel project. This has been continued to Thursday, August 15th. So again, if you did come in late, please know that you will have an opportunity to comment at that meeting, which is 2 meetings from now. We will move on to item 10B, which is 8440 Sunset Boulevard. I believe we have a recusal.
Yes, I will recuse myself because I own a limited property interest, a limited partnership interest in a property within the radius.
Thank you. So Adrian, I will let you take over on the staff report front.
Good evening, Chair Jones and Commissioners. I'm Adrian Gallo in the current Planning Division. On the screen is an aerial overview of the subject property, which is located in the northern portion of the city on Sunset Boulevard between La Cienega Boulevard and Olive Drive. The applicant is requesting an amendment to a conditional use permit to maintain an existing 5,023 square foot tall wall sign on the west side of the Mondrian Hotel, located at 8440 Sunset Boulevard, and to remove the expiration date from the CUP. The exterior wall on the west elevation is clad in stucco and has hosted a tall wall sign since 2001. The tall wall sign is lit during the evening hours. The request is accompanied by a development agreement. A tall wall sign operates in a manner similar to a billboard. However, a tall wall image is applied directly to the exterior wall of an existing structure, rather than being affixed to a freestanding pole like a traditional billboard. The existing tall wall meets all the standards outlined in the Sunset Specific Plan. The project also includes the requested approval of a development agreement and a zoning map amendment to place the project site within a development agreement overlay zone, which will provide certainty for both the property owner and the city over the 20-year duration of the development agreement. The development agreement contains conditions and terms, as well as a financial component, all of which bind future city councils and owners of the subject property to the terms and obligations specified in the agreement. Details of the terms are available in the development agreement and in the staff report. The proposed conditional use permit amendment and development agreement will provide a substantial and ongoing financial public benefit to the city. The proposal also furthers the goals of the Sunset Specific Plan by allowing the operation of tall wall signs as a major urban design feature that contributes to the unique character and vibrancy of the Sunset Strip. Consequently, staff concludes that the proposed project is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of a general plan and Sunset Specific Plan. That concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Do we have any questions of staff about this at this time, about the contents of the staff report or about Mr. Gallo's presentation? Commissioner Hoopengarner?
Yes, thanks. I see that you had a study performed to establish the value of this tall wall. Do we know what it is actually renting for at this moment?
The consultant, Premier Partnership, did an assessment of it, and they gathered with their analysis what it should generate, and from that, we determined what our percentage would be from that. Currently, the consultant valued the tall wall sign.
You know, I saw that.
Okay.
The question is, do we know for, in fact, what it is renting for? I mean, if you call up and say, I want to rent that wall, do we have a price?
Based on the consultant's analysis, they determined what the value is, but whether they verified it from the consulting agency or the advertising agency, that wasn't, that I wouldn't know.
Okay. Now, council extended this on December 17th for 6 months. What is the reason for the 1-year delay?
As long as the permit was submitted in a timely manner, the permit never expired. So
The question was, why was there a 1-year delay?
that was the negotiation between staff and the applicant on the DA.
Okay. And is it anticipated then that the DA will be backdated to that period at the end of the 6 months extension that expired a year ago, so that that 1 year's worth of income would be recaptured?
That's not specified in the DA, but we can definitely add that as a recommendation.
I mean, that's $140,000 worth of income that's been sitting on the table while all this has been happening.
Sure.
Okay. And finally, there are things in here that say things like, you know, there shall not be more than 15% text, et cetera, in the tall wall. What are the consequences of any of these things not being complied with?
The applicant or the advertiser has to come in for a zone clearance for each image change that happens for the tall wall. and we verify that it meets the requirements for tall walls, and if it doesn't, we don't approve the zone clearance.
So each individual tall wall comes to city for approval?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for staff about the staff report or about Adrian's presentation at this time? Sure.
Adrian, in regards to the amount that it brings in annually, $146,523, is there at any point where this wall wouldn't have anything on it? Because then if there's nothing on it, the city does not get that income, correct?
Correct.
So is it like, and this isn't part two to her question, I guess, but is there something on it for the next foreseeable future? Is it rented out for 2 years, 3 years? I don't know how they find the space that they do it and however they figure it out, but I just don't want there to be like, let's say, oh, they don't want to do it anymore, and then there's a year where there's nothing on the wall.
The terms of the agreement require them to pay even if there isn't an ad up on the tall wall.
Any other questions at this time? Go ahead.
Do we have any other similar development agreements for other tall walls on the boulevard? And if so, what is the percentage of income sharing? And is and this flat rate, is this the best deal the city was able to negotiate, or should it be a flat 15% of income, or whatever it was, 10%, 15% of income instead of a number on the wall?
There's one other tall wall on Sunset that has a DA, and that's the 9000 Sunset tall wall. That was our very first tall wall with a DA, and that had a different payment structure than we did for this tall wall. As far as the rate we have for this term, for this DA, this was what we felt was the best value for the tall wall.
The reason I ask is, and I'm glad there's a CPI component to this so that it does escalate every year, but market rates on Sunset Boulevard often far exceed CPI, and so you're potentially leaving a lot of income for the city on the table. That if the basis was in fact the gross revenue from the tall wall and a percentage of that, that would actually be a more equitable profit sharing, if you will, for what we're giving up than a straight fixed number that only goes up by CPI.
I think
So-
what I'd like to recommend at this time, I don't want to interrupt anyone out of turn, but what I'd like to do, if there are recommendations we'd like to make that are different from what is in the staff report, I'd like to wait until we've heard the applicant's presentation, public comment, and rebuttal before we move into deliberation on those terms, if that's okay. Any other questions for staff at this time? No? Do we have any disclosures from commission?
I'd like to disclose that I spoke with the applicant's representative and discussed only items contained in the staff report.
Thank you.
I would just like to disclose I spoke with the applicant's representative, and we talked about items in the staff report.
Okay, anyone else? Great, I have nothing to disclose. All right, well, with that, we will move into the applicant's presentation. Hello, Mr. Elliott. Again, as a matter of course, if you can please state your name and city of residence for the record, you'll have 10 minutes to present.
Bonsoir, Madame Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. I am Todd Elliott of Truman and Elliott, representing Wolverine Owners, LLC. I practice law at 626 Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles. Obrigado, Vice Chair, for your chuckle. Again, thank you for the opportunity. I think the staff report is very well prepared. This is an existing tall wall, and staff mentions that it has existed for almost 20 years. It does meet all of the standards for tall wall signs under the city's zoning code and the Sunset Specific Plan. The advantage for our client to enter into a development agreement is that they obtain vested rights for 20 years, and that ensures that if the zoning code changes, our client will have certainty for this use. That time period of 20 years is a valuable exchange for providing the city a public benefit in the form of revenue. Accordingly, we ask the Commission to recommend approval of the continued use of the tall wall sign and approval of the zone text and zone map overlay for a development agreement. To answer a couple of questions that came up earlier, if the consultants who work with the city were to obtain the information about the actual income and use that as a basis for negotiating, that would be a violation of law. That would be a criminal violation under California codes. So that's not the way the development agreement process works. The development agreement process also doesn't allow for backdating or having a term that commences earlier than entering into the development agreement itself. But that's my opinion. The city attorney may think differently. Thank you. And I'm pleased to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant at this time? No? Thank you, Mr. Elliott. So we will open this up to public comment at this time. Do we have any public speakers?
We have no public speakers on this item.
No. All right. Again, if you want to speak on this item, here's your chance. Okay. Is there anything you'd like to rebut, Mr. Elliott?
I have nothing to rebut. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Merci, obrigado, gracias.
Great, thank you. All right, so with that, we will close the public comment portion of the hearing and move into any additional questions of staff and deliberation. Commissioner Buckner?
We've had in the past development agreements come before the commission, and my understanding is that it's not within our purview to be questioning the terms of a development agreement. That is something that's negotiated directly between the applicant and city council or whoever's doing the negotiation. We're just basically making a recommendation to move it back to council for approval, but the actual terms of the development agreement are not within, we don't negotiate that or change those things as far as I know. Is that correct? Ask our legal counsel about that, because I've raised it before because I have had issues with development agreements, and so it hasn't come before us in a while, so I just want to clarify.
Yeah, the financial terms are typically within the purview of the city council. This one is interesting because it does have a CUP amendment with it, because we're getting rid of the expiration date in the CUP. So that's a permit that comes before the Planning Commission. There's a zone map amendment because you're amending the zoning map to place it into the zone, the development agreement overlay zone. And then there are some required findings that you're looking at to see whether it's consistent with the general plan and those types of planning considerations. So for the most part, the terms of the development agreement, the length of time, and the financials are mostly within the purview of the city council.
Because I've often questioned whether the percentage that we're getting from the city is adequate, since these billboards and tall walls, they make a lot of money. And 15% doesn't seem like a lot to me, considering what the benefit that they get, but we don't really have any way of knowing what actually they earn.
It's really more of a land use question, correct?
Yeah.
And that's the purview of our
Right.
discretion to the extent that we have it here, and insofar as moving it forward to council, correct? Great.
I just think that I agree that it's been going on for many years. They've had to come back several times to have their permits renewed, and I think that I'm prepared to support this because I believe that they've shown already that they're keeping the wall and they're following the policies and the legal terms that are required for tall walls, and I don't see any reason not to move this forward with approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoopengarner?
Thank you, and maybe at the risk of having Lauren extend last night's training into this evening, the reason I brought up the things I did is because first sentence in required findings is that the development agreement is in the best interests of the city. Well, I'm not sure how we extract bits and pieces of that development agreement and say, well, we're only opining on this bit and this bit. We're being asked to make a finding that the DA is in the best interest of the city, hence my questions.
And I think if you have an opinion on the financials, you can certainly make it a public statement and express your opinion on it, but the purview of the Planning Commission is more about the land use aspect and whether it meets general plan goals and development standards, things of that nature. But you can certainly express your opinions for the public record.
And I appreciate Mr. Elliott's comments about, back charging, and I understand that. I mean, it's not a norm to back charge. But you can modify the rate to absorb that lost income into the future income. So there's opportunities.
Commissioner Erickson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I think I asked my question regarding if there was nothing on the tall wall, because I wanted to make sure that public benefit that is, I think, of an increased value here, that over a series of 20 years, regardless of what the question of what that total value is, comes around to $3 million. After that 20 years of a public benefit for a longtime city business tenant and I think active participant within our community, and specifically the ways in which I wanted to make sure that public benefit was extended. And additionally, I too am supportive of this item, and I think that when you look at the ways in which you look at certain tall wall staples throughout the city, this one always stands out more to me than 9000 Sunset Boulevard. Maybe it's because I live closer to it, but not within the 500 feet radius, but within the ways in which it stands out, I think, where it is located, and there's a lot of potential there. So I'm prepared to support the item.
Thank you. Commissioner Bass?
Yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Erickson doing the math on the $3 million. I look at this really simply. It's been going on for 20 years, and now we have the opportunity to extend it for 20 years and get $3 million. To me, the math actually works out really well there. So I think it is a staple of the Sunset Strip. I think it is a good part of the Sunset Strip, and so I see no reason why we would not support this, and I'll be voting in favor of staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Cavallero?
I had similar financial concerns, and they've all been addressed by fellow commissioners. I'm ready to approve this as a staff report.
Thank you. I don't really have anything else to say beyond kind of what some of the other commissioners have echoed. I do very much appreciate Commissioner Hoopengarner's efforts to make sure that we are always endeavoring to do what's in the best interest of the city. That's why we're here. But also want to make sure that I'm kind of making a decision within the framework of what I was appointed, what we were appointed to these positions to do. Again, I second Commissioner Erickson and Commissioner Bass's thoughts regarding the public benefit. I also am pleased that regardless of whether or not something is there, a situation that I actually find to be relatively implausible, unless you recall in 2008 when the economy tanked and there were lap band billboards everywhere. I don't know if anybody else remembers that. But I don't think that there's a high probability. The Sunset Strip is one of the 3 largest out-of-home advertising regions in the world, outside of only of Shibuya in Tokyo and Times Square in New York City. So it's a high demand. There's definitely a market for it. So I'm inclined to support this item as well. And unless there's further discussion or deliberation on the item, I think we can call the question.
And the motion passes, noting Commissioner Altschul recused. There is no appeal process since these resolutions are recommendations to City Council.
Thank you. We will move on to item 10C.
Thank you, Commissioners. I just wanted to note that we would have accepted a condition to chain the 2 planning managers to the building in perpetuity.
Noted for the City Council meeting. It's been written into the record. Thank you. Before we move on to item 10C, I am remiss in noting that on item, and I'm so sorry for this, on item 10E, the zone text amendment, there are 3 different miscellaneous code amendments that are being made. The first, which is to allow unlimited dwelling units in 100% affordable housing projects, that is being continued. I guess one of the members of our housing staff was not able to be here this evening. So if you are here to comment on that, I just want to make a note of that. And I'm, again, sincere apologies if you've sat here waiting to speak on that. So you can lash me afterwards. Okay, item 10C, 637 to 641 North Lapeer Drive. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess I might want to wait for our other commissioner. That might be the polite thing to do. Sorry, Commissioner Altschul. We didn't forget about you. Apologies for rushing through that. I was born caffeinated. So we're just waiting for Commissioner Erickson to join us. All right. And with that, we can get started. And Doug Vu, welcome. I know that you've been with the department for a while now, but welcome to have you. Happy to have you here this evening. And we will let you begin your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chair Jones and members of the Commission. Doug Vu of Department Staff. The proposal before you is a request to demolish the existing structures located on 2 parcels and construct a new 3-story commercial building containing approximately 45,074 square feet for retail, wholesale design showroom, and restaurant uses with outdoor dining space. The building would also include 3 subterranean levels that would contain additional commercial uses and 95 parking spaces. The proposed project also requests 2 modifications to exceed the permitted height and allowable floor area ratio. The project site is located on the west side of North Lapeer Drive, mid-block between Santa Monica Boulevard and Melrose Avenue, and has an area of approximately 0.48 acres. The subject properties have 150 feet of street frontage and are currently developed with 2 one-story commercial and light industrial buildings containing a total of 15,600 square feet, which were constructed between 1947 and 1979 and are currently occupied by JJ Custom Upholstery. The project site and subject block are all within the Community Commercial 2 zoning district, and the development within that block consists primarily of 1 to 3-story office and commercial buildings, with the exception of the 4-story Lapeer Hotel that is adjacent to the south. The nearest residential properties are located approximately 350 feet to the northwest and across Santa Monica Boulevard at Wiley Avenue and Harland Avenue. On May 9, 2019, the Design Review Subcommittee reviewed the project, and upon a discussion of the building's design, exterior materials and finishes, proposed height, and its compatibility of the proposed outdoor dining use with the adjacent Lapeer Hotel, the subcommittee expressed overall support for the project and did not recommend any modifications. Since the staff report was published, the department has received 13 letters of support for the project, which have been provided to the Commission and are made available to the public this evening. The proposed 3-story and 49 feet 6-inch tall commercial building would contain 11,513 square feet of retail uses at the ground floor, 19,350 square feet of wholesale design showroom use at the second floor, including a 4,375 square foot mezzanine, and 8,575 square feet of restaurant use at the third floor. In addition to these above-ground uses, the building contains an additional 8,275 square feet of wholesale design showroom and 3,315 square feet of restaurant uses at the uppermost subterranean level that are not calculated as part of the building's FAR. To comply with the zoning ordinance's parking standards, the 2 lower subterranean levels contain 95 parking spaces, including 71 tandem spaces that will be accessed through a driveway at the south corner of the building and operated by valet as part of the project's parking program. Overall, the proposed building is well-designed and clearly organized, and it contains an interesting mixture of uses that is appropriate for its location. The building's footprint would encompass the entire project site, which is consistent with the existing scale of the block. The ground floor is broken up by a series of entries which are located at different elevations due to the slope of the site and will provide a desirable pedestrian scale. The facade of the lobbies at each end is set back from the property line and will be landscaped to provide visual interest, soften the edges of the building, and minimize pedestrian hazards where the slab projects to the sidewalk. Canopies that extend from the facade of the property line, extend to the facade, will further mark these entries and provide a refuge next to the driveway at the south end of the building to help avoid pedestrian and vehicular conflicts. The structure's detailing is clean, sophisticated, and well coordinated. A band of scalloped antique bronze panels defines the base of the building, and the glass curtain wall above is composed of low E glass and anodized aluminum mullions with dark aluminum fins that will provide dimensional relief. Other cladding materials include textured concrete plaster in dark and light finishes and clear glass handrails. At the facade, the building is capped with landscaping and the projecting roof of the third floor. The bulk of the third floor is located at the rear of the building, and the upper floors have been set back at the side and rear elevations to minimize impacts to the adjacent buildings, and in particular, the Lapeer Hotel to the south. The landscaping is generous, given that this is a building that extends the full width of the site. And this is achieved at the second floor through terraces where the building is set back along the north, west, and south elevations, and at the third floor at the perimeter of the outdoor dining area, where much of it will be visible from the street. Oops. So adjacent to the restaurant at the third floor is the additional 4,834 square foot outdoor dining space that is also surrounded, as I mentioned, by landscape planters, as well as the building's 2 lobbies. To comply with the city's noise ordinance and address any potential impacts from the proposed outdoor dining space, conditions requiring a sound system design that utilizes smaller speakers that are operated at a lower level, placement and orientation of outdoor speakers, installation of a volume limiter, and prohibiting outdoor subwoofers are recommended in the draft resolution. Furthermore, a condition that requires a review 3 months following the commencement of use is also included should any revision to the conditions be necessary. Other conditions or modifications to those included in the resolution can be implemented through the city's formal process for amending permits as set out in the municipal code. Depending on the operational characteristics of the restaurant tenant, the director may place additional sound attenuation requirements on any future minor conditional use permit for the sales, service, and consumption of alcohol at the restaurant. The applicant is requesting 2 modifications to the standards of the zoning ordinance, which states that, states that they are necessary to create a desirable showroom space on the second floor and to enhance the potential of commercial uses within the building. Under the municipal code, a modification to allow an adjustment of no more than 10% may be permitted where a hardship exists, provided that the request will not have a significant impact on the adjacent properties. The first modification would increase the height by 10%, or 4 feet 6 inches above the permitted 40 feet height to a maximum height of 49 feet 6 inches. This additional height encompasses approximately 30% of the building's footprint, primarily at the southwest corner, and is reduced as the site increases in slope by 4 feet at the north end of the structure. The proposed project contains 3 floors that range from a 10-foot ceiling height at the 3rd floor to a 20-foot ceiling height at the 2nd floor, which includes a 10-foot mezzanine level. The project site is located within the Melrose Beverly District, which contains a high concentration of design-oriented businesses. The department has determined that not allowing a project that is designed to support these uses constitutes a hardship. There are no adjacent residences or shade-sensitive uses nearby that would be impacted, and the area containing the increased height is set back 10 feet from the building's perimeter and is predominantly limited to the rear of the building up to reduce its visibility from the street. To the northeast of the project site is the location of the approved Robertson Lane Hotel project, which is permitted to reach a height of 141 feet above Lapeer Drive. Therefore, a 6-foot 6-inch increase in height for less than 1/3 of the building's horizontal area would not have an impact on adjacent properties, and staff recommends approval of this modification. The second modification would allow a 7.5% or 2,956 square foot increase in the building's permitted floor area for a total FAR of 2.15, which amounts to 45,074 square feet. Although the applicant states this additional area is needed to offset non-rentable space that will function as common areas and support space that will be dedicated to serving the building's multiple tenants, staff is not able to identify a hardship because the project involves new construction on a nearly half-acre site that can adequately accommodate a commercial building that complies with the permitted floor area ratio. Therefore, staff recommends that the commission direct the applicant to revise the project plans to be consistent with the allowed FAR. If the applicant can make the required reduction of 2,956 square feet without affecting the exterior design of the building, staff recommends that this revision is made prior to building plan check submittal to the satisfaction of the director as specified in the draft resolution. The proposed commercial building at 637 to 641 North Lapeer Drive will redevelop 2 underutilized properties with a new 3-story commercial building that will provide multiple retail, design showroom, and restaurant opportunities. The department finds that this mix of uses, combined with the building's thoughtfully designed architecture and urban design elements, use of high-quality materials and finishes, and integrated landscaping, will enhance the streetscape, complement the future development in the area, and improve pedestrian activity along Lapeer Drive and the broader commercial neighborhood. The height modification is necessary to accommodate the operational needs of the building's future wholesale design showroom, high-end retail, and other creative uses, but the project site does not possess a hardship needed to grant the additional floor area. On balance, the project complies with the goals and provisions of the general plan, and the required findings for the demolition, development, administrative, and modification permits can be made. Therefore, staff recommends that the commission approve the project subject to the findings and conditions of approval set forth in the draft resolution. This concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you. Does anyone on commission have questions for staff at this time as regards the contents of the staff report or Mr. Vu's presentation? Mr. Hoopengarner?
Yeah. Madam Chair?
Oh, sorry. I thought Commissioner Hoopengarner wanted to speak.
So the second modification that you have not been able to find a hardship basis in order to recommend approval, it may require some redesign. It doesn't affect the exterior of the building, but it would affect the interior redesign. I just feel a little uncomfortable. I'm not saying I'm going to support it or not support the project, but that to make a recommendation to approve without having that done, that feels uncomfortable to me. And I don't remember us ever making approval where there's this situation. I want to ask legal counsel, so you have to make a finding that there is a hardship. And so I would ask that you define hardship to us and see if there's a way that maybe we could make a finding if it's possible? Like, what would be a hardship under these circumstances?
You know, I have a suggestion. Maybe we should hear from the applicant first, since it's their proposed modification, and see what case they
Okay.
make for their hardship. And then we can talk after that about whether you think it meets the standard in the code.
Okay, it's fine.
Any other questions, Commissioner Buckner? Commissioner Hoopengarner?
Yes, I had a similar question. How exactly do you modify the FAR in an envelope that's already established? How would that work?
So in this case, one alternative would be to reduce the size of the mezzanine, because right now the mezzanine, I believe, is about 4,300 square feet. So if that is reduced by the required amount, that could be done without affecting the envelope of the building.
Okay, all right. What is the height of the Lapeer next door?
The height of the Lapeer Hotel next door, I believe it is also
50 foot 2 inches.
it's around 50 feet.
Okay.
Yes.
And this may be a question for the applicant. I didn't see any renderings of the west or the north or the south facades. Are those going to be available?
Those facades actually will be built to the property line, so directly against the adjacent buildings. So that's the reason why there weren't. But I believe there may be some elevations that were included in the.
I saw the elevations. I was just wondering if there were any renderings.
There are not in the packet, but perhaps the project applicant might have a few for you this evening when they present.
Okay, thank you. Green building points, you have in the green building calculations that there's windows on the south and west side that are shaded, and that's one of the reasons I'm asking about the renderings, because on the elevations, I don't see any windows. So that's my confusion, and I'm also not seeing any trees on the south and west side. So there's a number of things in the green building points that the plans are not in concert with, so I was curious as to where those were. That's it for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Erickson?
Thank you. What is the availability of design-oriented space in this vicinity?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Erickson, could you repeat that question?
So there's a case being made for hardship for design space, which this project presents itself to provide, but you need a space to also work within those spaces. So by not looking at this hardship in one way or the other, but what is the availability of design-oriented space for showrooms? Or I'm not a designer, obviously. I do women's reproductive health, so I don't know the design lingo, like what types of showrooms there are, but I'm trying to say, like, in this area, it seems to be adding a lot of showroom space. Is there an availability of this type of space to this scale anywhere within the surrounding area? And if so, what is that comparable to what we're seeing presented here? No, I know that, but I'm trying to say, I understand the Pacific Design Center to be the Pacific Design Center by itself, but walking a couple of blocks west, it's a different area. And that's what I'm trying to say, that this is presenting a very specific project in an area that is not really there. I mean, the Kimpton Hotel kind of brought a little bit more life to it. Now you have the Robertson Lane Hotel that was approved, and now this, and it's presenting commercial space for design showrooms and whatever vendors they would have in there, where there's nothing like that now. So I'm trying to say this is a big project bringing a huge commercial value to the businesses of the city within the design district and along Melrose, which are very critical to our history. So what I'm asking you is this presenting something that is of a huge advantage to the city in a space where there's not much left, or there at all?
I think we're moving into commentary a little bit, and again, I do want to make sure that the applicant has an opportunity to present the project. There's some questions I have as well about this and adjoining properties, but I'd like to reserve those for our questions and deliberation, if that's okay. Anyone else have questions for staff about the staff report at this time? No? Do we have any disclosures? I'll start to my left.
Yes, thank you very much. I did have an opportunity to speak on the telephone with the applicant's representative regarding information that was solely contained in this staff report.
I met with the applicant and his representatives, and we discussed only items contained in the staff report.
Thank you.
No disclosures.
I'll just move down the line. I had a conference call with the applicant and the applicant's representatives, and we discussed items contained in the staff report.
I had a conference call this afternoon in regards to items on A1.0, on sheet A1.0 and A1.1 specifically.
I met with the applicant and his representatives and discussed items in the staff report.
I visited the site.
Thank you. With that, we will move into the applicant's presentation. Hello, Mr. Stevens. Again, as a matter of course, please do state your name and city of residence for the record. You'll have 10 minutes.
If Doug could please pull up the PowerPoint presentation from the laptop. It's on the desktop. Should be a PowerPoint slide. Oh, there we go. Okay, ready to go. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jacob Stevens. I'm a resident of the city of Los Angeles, and I am the Community Engagement Director at Faring, your #1 homegrown West Hollywood real estate developer. I'm here this evening with our CEO and principal, Jason Alulian. I'm accompanied by Benjamin Anderson from Office Untitled, our project architect, and Spencer Kallick from Glacier Weil, our project counsel. So we are so pleased to bring 637 Lapeer before you this evening. It is a collaboration of two historic West Hollywood legacy families and their legacy businesses, the Alulians, as well as JJ and Sandra Jabejian of JJ's Customs, businesses that made the West Hollywood Design District what it is today, and with this project proposed to carry it into the future for future generations of West Hollywood. This is not simply an improvement on an underutilized site that is currently a surface parking lot and a chain link fence. That's the pedestrian experience you get. We're bringing you a transformative design, retail, and restaurant center that is going to bring an entire new chapter to North Lapeer Drive. A quick note about the modifications. We're asking for those to accomplish the goals laid out in the general plan and the land use objectives that we've all heard about: day and night activity, increased pedestrian experience, and enhanced pedestrian experience. And so we believe that the support that we've received from West Hollywood West, the Norma Triangle neighborhood, and even our immediate neighbors like Anawalt is well-founded and much appreciated. We have a terrific relationship with the Kimpton Lapeer Hotel next door, and to Commissioner Erickson's question, immediately north of us is a design showroom for Celine, and folks like Tom Ford are located within our block and are very interested in this site specifically. So just wanted to again reiterate, this is in a purely commercial zone, no residential within 300 or 400 feet there, and you've heard from the most proximate residential neighbors that they support this project. A traffic study was completed by the city with no impacts identified. We've learned the lessons from other rooftop uses and cafes in the city, so you've heard about our noise limiters and diffuse ambient sound, and we've worked very hard to protect Norma Triangle and our residential neighbors. At this point, I'd introduce Ben Anderson to talk a bit more about the design.
Thank you. Ben Anderson, resident of City of Los Angeles. What you see before you is, we're very excited to share with you and talk about it today, namely that I think this is the right size of a project to think of a building as simply one building and not multiple buildings. What I mean by that is it doesn't need to be broken down into multiple different facades, but we can really celebrate it as a complement to the Lapeer building, which has a rhythm and a cadence and a different architectural language than this one, but we believe it's a good complement on Lapeer Drive. The project is anchored by two commercial lobbies, one to the north and one to the south where the vehicular drive is, and in between those two are two retail tenants. Our emphasis was to maximize the transparency and glazing of the retail vitrine windows, and to set back the public lobby entrances away from street to be more inviting and provide opportunities for landscaping at those points. Further, signage and identity Canopies are provided over all of those elements in order to accentuate them from street for passersby, both pedestrian and vehicular. On the second level, which is presently designed as a design showroom, we have facing Lapeer Drive a two-level made possible by a mezzanine design showroom space where maximizing daylighting while controlling glare and increasing clear ceiling heights for design showroom activities and design studios is of the utmost paramount importance. Above that, we've been very sensitive to our existing context, namely the Lapeer Hotel project, which at a little over 49 feet is something that we want to make sure we feel at street level like we are coming in underneath. The way we do that is by setting back at almost all sides and really minimizing what you do see of the rooftop dining terrace and enclosed areas. So from street, all you're really seeing is the one public lobby, which brings people out to the terrace, and the second public lobby. Everything else is tucked away, and we make use of generous landscaping along all three edges to help to mitigate what you do see from street and also provide a little bit of a buffer for the uses at the rooftop level. The skin is intentionally very simple and clean. We wanted this to feel like an elegant project for this type of design district. So the vertical ribbing that's made possible by both the scalloped cultured stone panels above the retail as well as the vertical fins is intended to do that. And additionally, the vertical fins provide us an opportunity to control too much daylighting. And really the intent there is that there's a little bit of privacy for the interior users while keeping some of the solar glare and heat gain down to a controllable level.
Thanks. So, sorry about that. So this is a zoning code compliant project, a general plan compliant project.
Hi, sorry, can you state your name and city of residence?
Spencer
Thanks.
Kallick, City of Culver City.
Thank you.
It's also, staff has found that the project is exempt from CEQA, has made all the necessary findings. Really, there are three main entitlements here: an administrative use permit for the outdoor dining, and then these two modifications that we're going to talk about now. So for the FAR modification, the whole intent of the modification here is to achieve the goals of the West Hollywood General Plan. And we're talking about providing more economic activity for this area, driving more revenue for the city, but also to create these vibrant mixed-use projects that provide retail, that provide design showroom and restaurant, all within one building to really activate the site during normal business hours and into the evening. The other thing is, we have, unlike other buildings, because you have multiple uses in one place, you want to have multiple lobbies, elevators to activate the site and to provide access directly to these different uses, which takes up a lot of space that may normally wouldn't be there if you had just one use in the building. We've also been working with a number of specific tenants about their needs for a design showroom, and they have specifically asked for this mezzanine space, which is why we've included it here, because it's not the kind of thing that you see in other buildings in the area. And if you want to attract these kind of high-end design showrooms to the area, they're specifically asking for these specific specifications. Again, if you look at the building from the outside, you would not see any of the additional floor area. It's totally interior to the building. And so to your point earlier about a modification and what the hardship is here, we've laid out a number of reasons, a number of hardships here for this modification and the height modification. The code actually doesn't provide a definition of hardship in this context. It's really up to the discretion of the commissioners, but it's two prongs here. It's not just, is there a hardship? The other question is, will this have an insignificant impact on adjacent properties? And we believe it does. Staff has found, especially with the height modification, that it does as well. There's no impact. And we've also heard from, and you'll hear from, continue to hear from our neighbors, that they don't feel as though there's going to be any impact to the adjacent properties. On the height modification, there is precedent for this as well. It was mentioned earlier, the Lapeer Hotel is about 50 feet tall. And Lapeer Hotel actually stacks most of the height to the streetscape. We've tucked it back away from the streetscape as well. And the height modification is really to account for the slope of the street. It's about 5 feet actually from end to end. pretty significant slope. So in some areas, it's only a couple inches that we're over in height, a couple areas it's a little bit taller, but it's really to kind of even out the building. And to be in keeping with the precedent for the area of that additional height. But only about 30% of our site has this additional height, as opposed to Lapeer Hotel, about 75% of the building site has this additional height. So again, this additional height would only be for mechanical and elevator overruns that wouldn't extend anywhere beyond 49 feet 6 inches, and we don't feel as though there would be any impact, as staff has found as well, to adjacent properties.
So there was a question or a point of clarification on how the service and loading will work for the project. In order to maximize the activation at street, we wanted to make sure that the retail storefront vitrines and the lobbies had the maximum presence possible. As a result, we made the driveway as small as we could while still allowing commercial vehicular trucks to enter the project with traffic control signals on property, not off property. And basically make this type of maneuver to get into the loading space with a nominal amount of clearance behind those so that circulation can still be permitted.
And with that, Commissioners, we're here to answer any questions. We appreciate your partnership and support on this project, and we ask for your approval this evening.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant at this time? Commissioner Caballero.
So my conversation with the applicant and its representatives this afternoon was about the parking diagram that you just presented, which I appreciate you developing that diagram, but that diagram doesn't work. And we know that. We don't, in a residential space for an 18-foot car, you need 24 feet backup. And you have a 20-foot 11 driveway, and you're trying to back a truck into that driveway. I'm very concerned with that. And in my deliberation, I'll continue to articulate that. I appreciate you creating this diagram, but this diagram is not convincing. And I'll leave it at that.
Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Hoopenberg.
In your design process, did you explore designing, putting the driveway at the opposite end of the building, to separate it from the driveway of the Lapeer so that we don't have two driveways side by side? And I guess that's one of my questions for staff as well, as to what exactly our ordinance has to say about having driveways side by side. But to the applicant, my question is, given, I realize that item, whatever what number it was, the Robertson Lane was removed from this process, but given that it's the same developer, my question is regarding how this building continues Robertson Lane, as is in the general plan, as is the outline of the whole concept of Robertson Lane, and how this building is an endpoint, a continuation of Robertson Lane, because it is such a feature of a building called Robertson Lane. How does this building continue that and accommodate the goal of the general plan? And did you look at the design options of moving that garage so that you could continue the lane through this building?
Before the applicant answers that, I just want to ask legal here quickly. Given that Robertson Lane is coming before us again at our next meeting, is this a question, is this something that we can address here or ask at this time?
Yeah, I think she's asking how the design continues, because there is an approved project on that site. It might be changed a little bit, but I think she's asking how the flow of the whole street will be consistent with the general plan, if I'm understanding the question.
In particular, in the
it's
general
okay.
plan, it's item LU 11.7.c, in relationship to a feasible, maintain beautiful, attractive pedestrian environments, et cetera. Number C is pursue pedestrian connections and paseos to improve pedestrian flow through the greater Melrose Triangle area, which this is smack in the middle of. to improve pedestrian connections to better integrate the PDC to the adjacent commercial neighborhood, and to improve pedestrian connections between West Hollywood Park and the rest of the district. So these are 3 items in our general plan, which the building next door, which has been approved, was designed specifically to address and is actually named after. And so my question is, how does this building meet these goals, continue that plan? Can it be designed in a way that ultimately someday it could be a continuation? And that's my question for the architect.
I have a question, but you can address these one by one. It's okay.
Thank you so much, Jake Stevens, City of Los Angeles. So to Commissioner Caballero's question about parking and loading, you'd also asked a question about a cement curb on that specific sheet you called out, which is just a tire stop, which would be removed. We worked very closely with staff on the parking and loading plan, and as part of the normal building and safety plan check process, we would work with staff to ensure that we're meeting all the minimum turning requirements and would fully facilitate the commercial deliveries that are intended for the site, which would be minimal. To Commissioner Hoopengardner's question about the driveway choice and location, yes, that was considered multiple times. We'd originally talked about putting it at the north end. Staff and the urban designer both asked that we locate it adjacent to the Lapeer Hotel's monthly parkers exit. That's not the main entrance or the porte cochere to the hotel, it's their monthly parkers. But they thought it made more sense to give the balance of the block to the pedestrian experience and to co-locate the vehicular traffic so it's not at multiple points during the block. It's that one section is where the cars are. They thought that made the most sense. To the lane extension question of Robertson Lane, we very much thought about that. We have that big poster with the big green line drawn on it in our office. We designed this intentionally with setbacks at the north so that should we have the opportunity to continue the lane all the way through the block on the way to Almont, there would be a northern alignment at the north end of this property. And I'll invite my principal, Jason Alulian, to speak to our efforts to acquire buildings to the west to continue that lane.
Hi, Commissioners. Jason Alulian, resident, City of West Hollywood. Great question. We studied both sides, doing a mirror image of the same building. We studied all the driveways on the whole street, how Robertson Lane's driveways and the vehicular pedestrian lane all line up. And to do the lane the way we want to do it means we have to acquire more land. And we've been trying for 4 years to acquire some of the other parcels. And we found that the best way forward is going to be just to the north of the project is going to be the way. And that's where the lane terminates as well, is north of our project, because we line up with Anawalt. So it's about 50 feet over, 60 feet over.
So that was one of the things I was looking for in the diagrams, is to see exactly where the lane, I couldn't match up the plans to where the lane exits and how this is going to be not a dead end for the lane.
Yeah, it's not going to be a dead end. There's a future potential to extend the lane through, and we wanted to have as much pedestrian activity towards the lane as we could with the design that we have.
Thank you.
Additional questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Altschul?
I was under the impression that the lane was originally conceived to go all the way through to Almont. Now it seems that there's some waffling or some economical apparent reasons to change that so that maybe the lane won't go through all the way through Almont, which I think is not what the public had anticipated as being the benefit to the city. I think you ought to spend some time rethinking this so that the lane does go all the way through Almont. And if you have to do something with respect to this project to alter it or to make it so that the lane is accommodated, I believe that the city is expecting that.
Thank you for that comment, Commissioner. As Jason suggested, there is space and an alignment to the north of the project site.
Jason suggested it and considered it an opportunity. I'm suggesting you consider it a mandate.
I appreciate that suggestion. Unfortunately, we've been unable to acquire the buildings immediately to our west, which would be necessarily part of another future development if we were to extend the lane all the way to Almont, which is our objective, and we maintain that objective. And we've designed this project to allow for future extension of the lane, but to basically redevelop the site and improve the current situation on Lapeer until such time that those westerly properties could become available.
It still doesn't adequately address the adequacy of the benefit to the city of this entire concept of the lane.
I understand your point. Chair Jones, any further questions before we hear from the public?
Mr. Commissioner Erickson, do you have a question?
I just wanted to follow up on Rogerio's question. And you said that there would be minimal deliveries, but it's a commercial space that's made up of multiple tenants. Wouldn't there be multiple deliveries because of all the stuff that would have to come in and out of that area? So there would be a lot more moving trucks?
There would be delivery. A lot more and more are relative comparisons. If you stand out on Lapeer during the day, Lapeer Drive is fairly busy with large trucks coming to Anawal, and they don't have any interior loading, nor does the Lapeer Hotel. They have restricted hours for loading, and they do it all curbside. So in an effort to be respectful of our neighbors, that's why we move that interior to the project. And, you know, we'll speak for volumes, but relative to a hotel that has food service, alcohol, trash, all that kind of stuff coming in and out of it, a design showroom is relatively less.
Thank you.
Commissioner Caballero?
We're getting into discussion now, and I want to address that because, I mean, the solution that you're providing is not really a solution. So I'm worried that the loading is going to start happening on Lapeer, and you have a loading dock that will sit there empty. So there's a couple of issues around this whole loading area and unloading area that need to be resolved in a project that you created.
Sure. We'd be open to hearing conditions about making sure all loading takes place in the designated loading areas and not on street. But we have talked to all of our potential tenants. We've talked to the city. Everybody seems to believe that this could be accomplished as designed.
Okay, I mean, graphic standards, it's basic.
Okay, before we move into getting anything into kind of opinions, again, we want to be as fair to all parties here as possible, so I don't want to stifle conversation. We can have lively conversation after public comment portion of the hearing has closed. Do we have any other questions for the applicant about the project at this time? Commissioner Bass, do I see you hesitating? Okay, I do have one. Does anyone else have a question? I do have one question. So in your presentation, you noted that the definition of a hardship for the FAR modification is not defined or is not well defined. Well, how do you define a hardship? Or how are you defining a hardship in this particular instance?
Sure. Spencer Kallick, City Culver City. What I meant to say, or what I tried to say, is that a hardship, the word hardship is not defined in the code. There are many terms that are defined in the code in the context of what you're trying to seek here. So it's not like it says, this is what a hardship means. It's really to the discretion of the commission to find what a hardship is. But I also wanted to caution you that it's not just about, the finding that you have to make is not just, is there a hardship? It's where there's a hardship that exists that you determine, does that have an insignificant impact on adjacent properties? And our belief is we set forward a number of reasons why there's a hardship here and why it would have, what we're proposing, the additional FAR would have an insignificant impact on adjacent properties. And specifically, we're talking about the fact that you have a very sloped, you have a significantly sloped property from end to end, about 5 feet. You've got the need to obtain or to achieve the general plan objectives here to activate this property, to have it be a space that doesn't just have one tenant or one use. And as a result, you have more back of house non-rentable floor area as well. You've got the need for to meet the needs of the specific uses, right? So we've been talking to specific tenants who are in the area who are looking for space like this, and they say to us, we need this additional floor area, we need this additional space in order to achieve the type of environment that we want to create for our customers, to not have them go to a different city, for instance, but to keep those businesses here in West Hollywood, attracting and keeping those businesses here in our city.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions for the applicant at this time? All right, with that, we'll move into public comment. David, how many speakers do we have?
We have a total of 6.
All right. I'm going to give everybody 3 minutes to the extent that they need it. If you don't need it, that's okay too. But we encourage you to comment if you wish to comment on this item. Again, we'll call you up. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and we ask that you state your name and city of residence. I haven't said that like 19 times tonight, but just in case anybody missed it. All right, Scott Schmidt, followed by Brian Barnes.
Hi, good evening. Scott Schmidt. I'm a resident of West Hollywood in support of the project. And I think there's 2 policy issues that kind of put the project at a disadvantage. First of all, when we adopted the general plan, we didn't have the Melrose Triangle and we didn't have Robertson Lane. And on either side of this project, we've created specific plans with development agreements and bigger and taller. And this is actually small in comparison to the scale of the neighborhood as it is going to be in the future, even though it's, larger than what was allowed in the general plan when we adopted it so many years ago. So with that, is one way to frame it. Second issue is how the city measures height is somewhat deceptive because we measure it from the lowest point on the lot, and where you have the slope here, what you'll find is that, the northern portion is, even though it's the same level at the top, it's, it's because of the slope of it, you're measuring from the lowest point. And so a good example of how that works is up on Sunset, for example. And we go to the top of the Andaz, you can look down on the top of the Sunset Tower. But the Sunset Tower is actually 30 feet taller than the Andaz as the city measures things, because we measure from the base of the building at the lowest point rather than from the top of the building. And so even though this may only be inches shorter as measured than the Lapeer, it'll actually be a few feet shorter. So in that respect, I think that the code and the zoning is actually making disadvantage for the project that we should have some empathy for them. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Barnes, followed by George Cradle.
Brian Barnes, West Hollywood resident. Good evening, everyone. In the 2 years since I've taken over the day-to-day operations of the Assembly Coffee Shop on Robertson, we've seen business go up 30%. And we have kind of become the intersection and gathering place for just about every demographic that you can conceive of in that general area, whether it's Maxfield, whether it's Chrome Hearts, whether it's people at Lapeer, whether it's Anawalt, whether it's the construction of the park, which is never going to end, so they're welcome to come anytime. Everyone comes through our doors. And I'm confident what I'm excited about with a project like this is that it will continue to bring in and attract those world-class names and high-caliber brands that we want to bring into the area. Because we really are kind of like this unique corner that just kind of is this melting pot of everything where everyone can come in and just be what they need to be and get it done. And so I'm in support of it, and I'm excited to see all of the little details get resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. George Cradle, followed by John Adler.
George Cradle, City of West Hollywood. You have from me a letter that lays out in detail some of my comments about the project, which are in favor of the project. I think the additional height helps with utilization of the roof and the restaurant spaces which are designed for that area. I think the mezzanine is a very good idea. And given the variety of shops, design studios, design showrooms, which are envisioned for this place, the mezzanine allows a development of the interior in a way which makes it overall a more useful building and more amenable to the clients who potentially will be there. I think this then leads to the question of the 7% in addition to the usual allowed floor area ratio. I think this interior space really is what is needed to make the project work. And if one had to begin to develop a definition of hardship, I think the hardship would be that the property cannot be fully utilized within the envelope without this. And I don't see that it in any way impinges on anyone else's property around. So this is an interior experience we're talking about, and it allows the developer to offer more to the potential clients and therefore more to the city. So I really think there's some discretionary thinking which has to take place here, and I hope that you'll look at it very closely, because always these guidelines, and I've worked in planning myself, rarely are absolutely hard and fast. Now, as for the loading, those calculations for width and turning space and all of that are spelled out in the code, and I'm sure staff has worked with the developer to make sure that those conditions are met. If perhaps more could be done to make it more flexible, that might be good. But as long as the minimum has been met, that's sufficient. Thank you very much. I hope you will approve the project.
Thank you, Mr. Cradle. John Adler, followed by Matthew Skinner.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Adler, City of Beverly Hills, longtime business owner in West Hollywood and property owner as well. I think it's going to be a great project. I think it's the future of the design district. Having had furniture showroom and factory actually before furniture showroom on Robertson, I think that just the future movement of what's happening on Lapeer, what's happening on Almont is just a vast improvement for the design district. So I think taking a change of use in a light industrial furniture manufacturer to retail to design showroom to creative office restaurant, I think is a vast improvement. I also think that Lapeer, the nature of the street, that it's not really a through street. It's a block long. There's already loading and unloading on a daily basis. I don't think it has a huge impact on the residents or just traffic in general. So I'm not quite sure why the loading is a huge issue for this project. Hopefully we can resolve it, and I want to give my support for the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Skinner, followed by Steve Martin.
Good evening, Matthew Skinner, resident of Los Angeles. I want to give my wholehearted support to this project. I'm a business owner and property owner in West Hollywood for many years, and I just think that it's an exciting, this has been repeated over and over again, as you can see by everyone behind me, but I think these are two buildings that are unused right now, and we want to maximize the potential of the street, create a dynamic street that has more than a lumber yard and a hotel, so you're adding more to it. To create a mezzanine in a space that doesn't affect the outside at all, will bring in a interesting tenant, a better tenant, not someone looking for a small little box or something. In the design world, you have people thinking outside the box. It's my first time speaking, sorry. I'll work on it. So I ever since I saw the first pictures a few months ago, I think it's going to be a great project, and I fully support it, and I hope you will too. So thank you.
Thank you. Steve Martin.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. 20 years ago, this area was so blighted that Michael John Horn, the owner of the zone, was kicking around the idea of trying to open up a sex club there. So I think we've come a long way. And so I do appreciate this project. Obviously there's a lot of changes going on. Everything's for the better. As you can see, the demolition for the Melrose Triangle project, Armand's project, is going forward. But one thing that I have noticed is there's at least 2 or 3 recent vacancies on Melrose, and they're all design people. And if it's anything like what's going on in Boys Town, it's landlords jacking up the rents and making it hard for landmark design businesses that have been in West Hollywood for 20, 30, 40 years to stay. So I wasn't planning on speaking, but I just think that this project does bring a lot to the table. Having said that, this is not, you know better than I do, that this is a collaborative process. I mean, obviously you're not here to rubber stamp anything anybody says. And ideally, we get a better project because you guys are asking some good questions. And I think that whatever happens, I think we need to look at this in a way that is collaborative. And I think we have something that brings a lot, that there has been a lot of learning here. I particularly appreciate the fact that this is not going to be a redo of Catch, that there's been a lot of thought put into the restaurant. But probably the thing that motivated me to speak was you guys are going to have to deal with the issue of hardship, much like suddenly we had to deal with the issue of what is a residence, which is frustrating. And I am concerned that a hardship should not just be defined as I don't bother an adjacent project, because I don't think that that's a good start. But having said that, I do support this project. I think it brings a lot to the table, and I appreciate the fact that you're asking some good questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public speakers, David?
No other public speakers.
Thank you. All right. The applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal at this time, if you want it.
Spencer Calick, City of Culver City again. So just because I know it's going to come up again, I want to talk about the finding for the modification. And I'm not here to tell you what it is. I'm reading from the code, and the city attorney can certainly opine on it as well. It's a two-part finding, right? Where there's a hardship that exists, as you all determined, because it's not defined in the code specifically. Will that hardship have an insignificant, and this project have an insignificant impact on adjacent properties? So it goes hand in hand, and our strong belief is when it comes to the height and to the FAR, that there's a hardship here for multiple reasons that we've discussed, and that it will have an insignificant impact on adjacent properties. The Lapeer Hotel right next door got a modification. It's a great precedent because it's literally right next door. And staff has already made the finding when it comes to the height that there is not going to be an impact to the adjacent property owners and adjacent properties. And for the FAR, there will similarly not be an impact to adjacent property owners because the additional FAR is all internal to the building. You won't see anything additional from the outside. So I'll hand it off to Jake.
I'll quickly conclude by saying we've conceived this project as the next step for the design district. We believe it presents a dynamic mix of the uses that are laid out in the general plan and those land use objectives. It's going to be transformative for what is a heavily industrial and not pedestrian friendly and not entertainment friendly and not design friendly block. It is going to be a game changer for Lapeer. We're trying to deliver something that is going to carry our city forward and really give you and this commission and our council something to carry as a trophy, frankly, once we bring these types of top tier internationally acclaimed tenants who are chomping at the bit to get in this space. We understand that you all have discretion and need to make those findings, but we believe that they're well within the range of your discretion this evening. We appreciate your thoughtful consideration and hope you approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
May I ask a question before he sits down?
Sure, or we can close the public comment portion of the hearing and you can ask when we deliberate. It's up to you.
Since it's of the applicant, I
Sure,
wanted
go
to
ahead.
ask. You talked about the Paseo, and we've had some conversation around that, and putting that on the north end, which from the drawings, the best I can tell, that's where it's going to come out from
Correct.
Robertson Lane as well. Did you say that there was a setback on the north end, or are you going to the property line?
I'll invite our architect to come talk about how we could accomplish that.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to, oh, sorry, can you keep going?
I'll have to ask you to repeat the question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering how you're going to accommodate it on the north end, the Paseo or that walkway.
So at present, when for fire code reasons, when we build right next to the property line, we have to close that wall off. But per future plans that Jason had discussed, by having the property to the north, we are then able to provide the requisite separation between that would be provided by the lane, and then open up the north facade of the northernmost retail tenant, which is behind this elevator core here. I think the main gesture that we made was that this core, when you're looking at that in the ground floor plan, is intended to open up at the corner. So as a diagonal lane comes from the right and engages this northern lot off of this particular property, we're then able to, over time, basically open up our north facade to activate that, that future Robertson lane.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Sorry, isn't that one of your commercial entrances on that corner?
Right here, yes.
Okay, so you're not proposing to accommodate the lane on this property, you're proposing to accommodate it on a potential future property?
So should the lane exist directly north of this particular property, we have already oriented the public lobby to take advantage of that because it's in the northeast corner. The retail tenant directly behind that elevator core, which constitutes the entire northern edge of our property, is presently a blank wall. But with a lane directly on the other side of it, we're able to open that up and activate it, but we can't do it now for fire separation reasons, and there's a blank wall directly adjacent to us.
So you can't accommodate the lane on this property, you can only accommodate it on a future property?
As designed, this anticipates the ability to accommodate when it comes in a future phase.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Immediate questions? So what I'd like to do is close the public comment portion of the hearing, but not close the public hearing itself. That way if we need to, I don't want to have to reopen it, because it sounds like we're going to have some lively debate and discussion up here. I have had a request for a 5-minute break. Mr. Vu, I'm sorry, would you like to speak?
I was just going to say, Chair Jones, when Commissioner Cavallaro contacted the department earlier today regarding the loading issue, we consulted with Engineering Division, and based upon their review of the floor plan for that level, they felt that adjacent to these 3 loading spaces, there is a loading and service area that could partially be used to help accommodate, the turning radius necessary for vehicles. And in addition, the resolution also contains a condition that requires the project applicant to submit a delivery management plan that already includes some restrictions or some provisions, and so that condition can be strengthened to ensure that there aren't going to be any deliveries that occur outside of the building if that's the primary concern.
Okay, thank you.
Can that be accommodated if all 3 bays are full?
If all 3 bays are full, probably not. But the staff spoke with the project applicant, and as part of their delivery plan, we can include some provisions that would make sure that that when deliveries do occur, whether they be of certain hours or whatnot, that they not result in any nuisances outside of the building or impact any movement of passenger vehicles.
So in regards to, I appreciate you asking transportation about this loading area, but let's just talk about residential requirements. An 18-foot parking space requires a 24-foot backup area. We have 20-foot 11 inches and a parking space that's 20 by 10, 3 of them lined up in a row. I just don't see how it computes. I don't see how it works. And the diagram that they presented isn't convincing. When you look at graphic standards, they basically call out the length of the car plus 10 feet. Vans are 20, 22, 24. I spoke to the applicant earlier. They said, okay, let's condition it so that only vans can use the loading area. But even if you did that, it's 20 feet plus 10 for the smallest van. You still need 30 feet. So the issue for me is that, I like this project a lot. You know that from design review. But I'm concerned that the loading area doesn't work and is going to cause a redesign. And it's going to change this portion of the building significantly if that opening gets wider, some of it's going to need to change, and I just want to avoid that.
Well, there's a couple of things. We share your concern with the way that it's designed right now. When engineering took a look at it again, I think that we feel like we can accommodate that it's reasonable to have a 24-foot backup distance there where those loading spaces are. And but when we looked at it briefly with the applicant on the phone, we thought that there was potentially enough flexibility in the design internally that it could be accommodated and it could be conditioned to be accommodated. We can add language in that says that they need to provide that at least 24-foot backup distance, accommodate it internally only. If it has exterior changes, then that could trigger other things. And then also we can further condition it to limit the types of trucks that come in and out of there, not necessarily to vans, but to, I believe it was 6-axle trucks that are kind of like a box delivery van, but not articulated like a semi, so that those can be accommodated in the slightly tighter accommodation. But our engineering and transportation engineers were comfortable with a 24-foot backup distance there. They thought that was adequate.
But 24-foot, that's the residential requirement. So you want to bring that residential requirement into a commercial project?
Whatever the requirement, that's what our experts on staff are saying can be accommodated for this type of truck in this type of loading area.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you believe that the issue can be accommodated without redoing the front elevation. We can keep the driveway the same width, and if that turning radius becomes the length of a 20-foot van, 22, 24, plus 10 feet, you're dealing with 30 feet of backup. That means it's going to considerably cut into the commercial space. They're going to have to redesign that entire portion. So I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that there is going to be significant change in the square footage when you accommodate that type of loading, even just for a basic van. And then you have 16 feet floor to floor, take away 18 inches minimally for structure, you have basically 14 foot 6. Is that even enough height, to accommodate the vans? I think it is, but it's a pretty tight space, and there's a lot of things that need to be coordinated there to really make that space work.
Yeah, definitely complicated, and it's something we would have to address in building plan check prior to issuance of permits.
Okay.
If that's the way the commission wants to deal with it.
And my issue
we
is
have
that
conditions we can read into the record before any decision is made as well.
Okay, and my thing is to avoid. I like the building a lot the way it's presented. I think it's really elegant, but I want to avoid the redesign and make sure that we get what we want from this project.
Understood.
And I think important to your point is the fact that if you just make these parking spaces longer, that doesn't improve your backup radius. The only way you get an improved backup radius is to make the driveway wider, which fundamentally changes the front elevation, and I think that's the point.
I think that there is a way to accommodate it within that portion of the building that doesn't affect the opening. But if that isn't the case and it does get wider, then that could be something that we condition to have to look at more critically.
It has to come back. Yep.
Yeah.
We've had a request for a 5-minute break, if all are amenable. I'd like to strike quickly. Just please a reminder that we can't talk to any of you or to each other. Okay, so we are going to reconvene here. Oh, sorry. All right, so we are going to go ahead and, again, commence deliberation and additional question asking on item 10C, 637 to 641 North Lapeer Drive. For anyone who may have just joined us, we have closed the public comment portion of this hearing and will now move into our deliberation. Who would like to begin? Commissioner Caballero, you can go ahead.
Sure, I'll go. I mean, everyone has heard my issue with the loading dock backup area. Just to give a history of design review, this project was very well received in design review. I think it's a perfect complement and juxtaposition to the very monolithic Lapeer Hotel, which is adjacent to it. I think it's a great complement to the future Robertson Lane project, the originally designed Robertson Lane, which has a sense of levity to it. I love the glass curtain wall, you know, it has a sense of transparency. I like how the building is organized. In design review, when I originally reviewed the package, I just had the sense that this was designed for a specific tenant. And the client confirmed that it was designed with a tenant in mind. So that might alleviate some of the issues that we have about the design district and the fact that there are so many showrooms available right now. I think this building will be activated. The restaurant is beautiful. We also discussed about how it connects to the Paseo, and at that time they also confirmed that it's dependent on the property to the north and, you know, creating the Paseo through there and then redesigning that side of the building so it connects with the Paseo, and that's why they put that entrance to the building and the restaurant on that corner. I think all the moves are great. So my issue was the issue of parking, and that, you know, every time I go through these drawings, I see something that I didn't see before. And on A1.0, I see the loading dock issue. And then on A1.1, I see the 3 tandem spaces with 2 curbs, which Jake's already addressed, and that's an easy removal. But the other one with the loading dock, there's so much potential redesign there. I want to make sure that it doesn't create a redesign for the elevation, which I'm in favor of. So if graphic standards is correct and we need to do 20 feet plus 10 as a drive aisle, that opening is going to get wider, or else that, you know, you're going to move the loading dock so far into the building, that's never going to work. So I'm prepared to approve this project with some major conditions in relation to that loading dock area, and how we word that, we can discuss it later, but that's kind of where I sit with the project right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Altschul.
And I agree with Ruggiero with respect to his description of the design. I think it's magnificent. I think the entire project is well presented, except for the fact that it sort of skips over the public benefit, which was one of the forerunners to having the project in the first place, being the continuation of the lane. And what I kept hearing some weeks ago was, well, we can't extend the lane on property we don't own. Well, of course you can't, but you certainly can extend the lane on property you do own. It's also rather amusing that you want to declare a hardship just by saying, well, we have a hardship, but not identify it, so therefore we need to have a mezzanine. It's sort of, in my mind, easy to find words to describe a hardship under today's economic circumstances when to get and to attract a very significant design client tenant, and you have to give them a grandiose roof, but then you have all of this extra space that they don't really need, but should make some use of to make the grandiose roof something absolutely more grandiose. The hardship being you can't do that unless you can do a mezzanine. You know, you use the language to create what you need, and you use facts like today's economy to support the language. That nevertheless does not overcome the fact that the public benefit needs to be honored. So therefore, I have a problem with this project at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Buckner?
Thank you, Chair. I've been to, as our applicant has suggested, that the commission has discretion to determine what a hardship is, but everything that I look at with regard to hardship, it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't feel like a hardship, although I understand that with it, that it's not going to create any impact on any neighbors. It makes sense to have that lofty area above the showroom space. I think it would look good inside of a showroom, and it creates space for the tenant to work and to. But I need some help from our legal counsel as to how we find hardship. How far can we go with this discretion? Because it doesn't seem like it's a hardship, because you could get other tenants without doing that. So I don't know exactly how to do that. I would love to be able to find it. I like the building. I loved it when it came to design review, and I think it definitely is an improvement on Lapeer from what is there. And we know that this developer pays attention to detail and brings has so far brought beautiful projects to our city, and I think this would be an improvement in that area and well needed. But I don't know how to get over that. I want to, but don't know how.
Thank you. Commissioner Bass?
Thank you. I like this project as well, and I do think it is the right project for in the context of what's going on in that neighborhood with the Lapeer, with the Kimpton Hotel, with Robertson Lane. I am concerned about the lane going through, but I would love to see a graphic, but I don't think we have it here today, that kind of showed where the Robertson Lane pedestrian experience met Lapeer, so we could see how it lines up. But in my little scribbling on my own maps here, it looks like it is to the project, to the property to the north. But that's just by my own recollection, which could be very wrong. But that is my recollection, and that's what they've represented to me tonight, or to us. I'm quite a stickler on following the language in our code, as you all know, when it comes to variances is the one that I really get hung up on. And so I had some questions when I met with the applicant yesterday about this hardship. I'm hearing that there's not much objection to the hardship from staff or from my colleagues who've already spoken about the height. I think that we all kind of recognize with the slope of the site, there is definitely a hardship for the very small modification they're asking for. And so when it comes to the FAR, we have to meet two criteria in my mind. And forgive me for being so simple here. I'm trying to figure it out in my own head by speaking out loud. We need to find a hardship, and we need to find that it doesn't have an impact on the neighbors. And I also am hearing from my colleagues that there's no impact on the neighbors. That one we've satisfied even on the FAR. But is there a hardship? I think that the applicant presented several ideas. I don't agree with all of them. I don't think that some of the ideas they suggested as a hardship, particularly designing for one specific tenant, qualifies as a hardship. But I do believe that our general plan makes very clear that we want to have a multitude of uses, nighttime and daytime. And the general plan lays that out as a goal, and one that I think is very important for this street in particular. And as I look at this particular project, providing the separate entrances, elevators, and back of house for those multiple uses, for them to achieve the objectives of the general plan of having daytime and nighttime uses, they need this extra FAR to accomplish that. So for me, I believe that's the hardship. And it's barely getting there for me, but it is getting there for me. And I've had a little bit of back and forth all day today as I've kind of thought about that argument. Again, I don't know that I find that some of the other arguments for hardship meet, but that one does for me. So I am prepared to support this project as the applicants requested and support both modifications. And that's where I'm at right now. And I wish we had the Paseo going through, but I do believe it actually aligns with the property to the north of this one, so it would be unfair to ask it to kind of zigzag down to this location.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoopengarner?
Yes, I do like this project. I think it has a lot of merit. It does fit in nicely with the neighborhood, with the Lapeer to the south. I think it has some good design elements. I like the fins, I like the roof elements, and you know me in green, I'm all down with it. But I do have some concerns. As I brought up with the Robertson Lane, I am very concerned that by not extending, and correct me if I'm wrong, I took the little map here, okay? And there's Robertson Lane coming through here, and the natural progression is to go right through this property. But if it goes north, then it has to go all the way around your building in order to come back and then get to the Melrose Triangle, because the progression to the north ends up at Santa Monica Boulevard. It doesn't end up at Melrose Triangle, which is the original line. And so that is my concern. And as well designed as this is, I think that there's a way to accommodate this in a way that you create a cantilevered space on the north side of the building that is enclosed in the period where there is no destination, but later then becomes open. I think there's structurally some ways to design this building to accommodate a lane that still becomes usable space in the interim, but becomes something that you could open to the cantilevered area and create a natural flow through to the next building. My biggest concern, and I discussed this with legal counsel at the break, is that by saying that we don't have to continue the lane through this property, which is part of our general plan, that we say, oh, well, it's not important, and the next person that does the next development on the backside of this property says, well, you didn't make them do the piece in between, so why do we have to do the piece on the other side that goes to Melrose Triangle? And that we're setting a precedent to say that this key design feature that we have approved in the building next door and said is an important component of our city and our walkability and everything we're doing is now, oh, not really that important. And I have grave concerns about setting that precedent. The building notwithstanding, if it were just, a half a block to the south, it would not have that issue because the lane could then be built through the natural progression of the space. But by approving this, we're setting a precedent, and I'll be honest, by approving this and saying, well, the lane doesn't have to continue, it can stop here, it's good enough, okay? Are we setting a precedent so that when and if anybody comes back about the existing parts of the lane that have already been approved and say, well, since it can't go through and it's not going to go through, then what's the point of doing Robertson Lane the building? And this applicant has done a tremendous job of working so hard to create this lane in this wonderful walkable environment with plants and seating benches and everything that incorporates the factory and becomes this activated space. I'm seeing this building as a dead end to that activated space instead of a natural progression. And importantly, I'm very concerned about this precedent that we're setting potentially to say, oh, it's okay for this developer not to do it, but we're going to make some other developer accommodate that part of the general plan, and what kind of precedent are we setting? So I think that the merits of the building itself, certainly the additional 3,000 square feet, if there's not room enough to build the lane, well, then why are we saying it's a hardship to, and therefore they need an additional 3,000 square feet? I just can't find that logic. So at this point, I haven't made my final decision, but I am very reluctant to set those precedents at this time.
Commissioner Erickson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to take a moment to thank all the members of the public who came and spoke tonight. Where to begin? So I think a lot of what my fellow commissioners have said and pointed out, some I agree with, some I don't agree with. In looking at the design of the overall building from afar, from the street, as well as I think when you look at the aerial views, it is very stunning. I think that is a common feature many people on this commission have agreed with. The design fits in very nicely with the relative space, and I do see a lot of future-proofing in many ways in which I know Commissioner Hoopengardner might disagree with that because of the lane issue, and I would like to maybe hear more of that conversation. But I do think that this building takes into not just the immediate future, but the future of where this development on this side of West Hollywood is going, unlike with the Melrose Triangle project, which is just a pile of dirt right now, and date TBD to when that actually will be finished. I actually think I see progressive movement on the ways in which this type of design and this type of building is actually shaping a narrative of this side of the city that I feel really excited about. And so for the design of the building, I think it's extremely elegant. I do see my fellow Commissioner Rogerio's concerns regarding the loading aspects. It is something that I looked at. However, I do think we can look at the ways in which we condition it. If we needed to expand it, and if presented as is, causes serious issues in the actual stages later on and the design of the building changes, I would be supportive of it coming back to the commission to make sure what that design looks like, because I am sold on this design. I think it is extremely elegant, as I've said multiple times, but I'm sold on this. And even with regards to the height, I went there and I tried to imagine it in a way next to the Lapeer, and for me, the Lapeer seemed bigger in some way. I don't know what that means, but that's, I don't know, because it's not built, so I'm using my imagination. However, the ways in which I think it utilizes the roof deck is also an interesting way that I think a lot of businesses in this area will have to take into consideration for how we start utilizing space more effectively and efficiently. I asked the questions regarding commercial and design space, and I think I would love, because our city attorney, we started getting into this conversation about what is a hardship. And so I'm going to ask our city attorney to maybe take a crack at that. Lauren, if you wouldn't mind defining what is a hardship for me.
So I'm going to actually look at it a little bit differently, and that is, what is a modification? Because if you look at the code, the chapter says you do modifications and variances, and they're both adjustments in your development standards. We know that a variance is a much higher standard. There's something with the property that keeps this property owner from having the same development rights as others, and so it's a much higher standard. A modification, I think, is is a much more minor deviation from our very strict numeric objective standards to make it work. There's some difficulty that's not making it work, and you need a little bit of flexibility to fit this project in. So, and it is two parts. It is the hardship, and it is that there's an insignificant impact.
All
So-
hardships
so-
are multiple parts, Lauren.
But the point being, you look at those two things together, it's not one or the other, that we're gonna let you do something slightly different than what our rules say, because it's not gonna impact anybody else. So you need a little bit of flexibility to make this work, and that's okay, because it doesn't impact somebody. So I would think of it more as what is a modification versus just what is the hardship. It's the whole framework of what we're looking at. A slight deviation in the standards.
And thank you very much. And if I may, Madam Chair, I'll wrap up in a second. And I think the ways in which I think it was Commissioner Bass talked about the various hardships that were presented, I agree with him in the ways in which there are certain hardships that were presented that I'm not going to buy that bill of goods, but there are ways in which I think I can get to that standard. However, I don't know if there's a consensus on that on the commission right now for that. For the applicant's recommendation for this modification. I think we need to talk about that a little bit more, because we all, I think, mentioned hardships in our comments, and I would like to maybe have a little bit more consensus on that before I come to my final decision on that. But maybe instead of using the word hardship now, we can think about it in the terms of modification, because that helped me get to understanding of a place where I could buy into that versus having to use the very strict literal word of hardship that you've kind of described for me. So I'm open to more communication on that. I am for my fellow commissioners as well.
Great, thank you. I have a couple of very basic questions for staff that really just I'd like to ask for public benefit, I think, as opposed to kind of my own edification. Just a few quick facts, or questions. So was the Kimpton granted, I don't think I was on commission when Kimpton came before this body. Was that a specific plan? It was not?
The question is, does it have a specific plan?
Yes.
No, it does not.
Okay, I didn't think so, but I wanted to make sure. Do we know, or do you know, if there was a modification granted for the height of that project?
Yes, there was.
There was, okay. Again, very basic question, but I want to make sure that this is, I think we're coming to this with kind of everyone here, and maybe everyone out there is coming to this with a kind of different level of knowledge about Robertson Lane. Some of us were on when this went through, some of us were not. Was the Paseo component of the Robertson Lane project contingent upon this particular parcel facilitating access?
No.
It was not?
No.
It was contingent upon the property to the west? Or to the
It was not
north?
contingent upon anything. It
Anything.
was its own entity, and it was a specific plan. It is in the code that it's required to have this Paseo. It's
Yeah.
required to go through from street to street, but it's silent on anything outside of the boundaries of the specific plan.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Also, would not granting the request for the FAR modification also mean that there would not need to be as much of a request or eliminate the request for a modification in the height at all?
Those two modifications are completely
Disparate?
disparate.
Okay,
yes.
again, I just want to make sure that I'm reading this is being asked for public benefit. Okay. So we have, this is interesting. We have a. Sure, go ahead.
And then there's no design change if the modification is not, for the FAR is not granted, right? Is there a design change if that were to occur?
So as we mentioned, there doesn't need to be.
Yeah.
But that's basically up to the applicant, and depending upon where the applicant would want to remove that additional 3,000 square feet. But it's possible to make that change without having to affect the exterior of the building whatsoever.
Thank you.
I also want to make sure that everyone's clear on what a design space is or a design showroom, just because there's been some discussion about that. Do we have even if it's a fast and loose definition of what this would entail? Is this a Balenciaga, which doesn't exist anymore? Or is this at least not on Melrose, as a brand it does, it lives on. Or is this a, like like a high-end rug showroom? Can we just be specific about the use?
We typically think of a design showroom as something where you're not having general customers come in to purchase product.
It's
and
not
walk
generally
out
commercial or
with it.
retail, right?
Right, it's
Okay.
correct. They're coming to look at product and then maybe order, but they're not actually walking out with general retail items.
Okay, thank you. Again. Okay, so we have a variety of opinions here. What I'm hearing is that everyone is happy with the design of the building from an aesthetic standpoint. So you have that going for you. I'm totally in agreement. I think it's a beautiful project. I don't know if anyone's walked down Lapeer. I recently walked down to have drinks at the Kimpton Lapeer Hotel. And, I didn't feel unsafe or anything, but there's a very wide variety of businesses there. And I certainly think that this will be a beautification of sorts, should it move forward. And again, it sounds like, generally speaking, I don't want to kind of leave anyone out, despite any reticence anyone may have based on whether it's the Paseo itself or about the loading zone, and this hardship issue that we're facing, that it sounds like there is a general desire to move this forward. So I'd like to try to find a way to do that with respect to all whose opinions may differ on this front. Where I'm getting a little tripped up is, big shocker, the modification for the FAR, because it sounds like city attorney has kind of issued an interpretation for us, but staff's recommendation is that we not grant the modification. I'm not so much worried about what it looks like from the outside. What I'm worried about, or what I like to keep in mind anytime we are considering something, is the way that it's going to impact decisions that we might have to make in the future, whether it's for you or for someone else. So I want to be very clear about, it's a rule for a reason. It has to pass this body for a reason. So all of that being said, I want to be mindful of not just kind of issuing these decisions willy-nilly. It's, there's a hardship for requirement for a reason. Where I stand right now, and again, I'm open to discussion on this, and I would like to find a way to move this forward, I'm actually inclined to support staff's recommendation in addition to Commissioner Caballero's insistence that we condition this heavily, such that if there was an issue with the kind of the, whatever we're calling it, the loading area and those bays, that if there is a significant design change, that would come back to us and that we condition it appropriately. But I'm open to discussion, just because I don't know that we have a full consensus on this body. Commissioner Hoopengarner?
I have another question for staff about that whole issue of the FAR. The FAR that the applicant requested is what is used in the parking calculations, correct?
That is correct. So
Okay.
if that extra FAR is not granted, the parking requirement would be reduced by like 1 or 2 spaces.
Okay, so just 1 or 2 spaces. Because I'm wondering just, unfortunately, those spaces aren't anywhere near that loading dock in terms of how that might accommodate that issue. I was trying to find a happy place in there, but I don't think that's going to happen, because it's not 10 spaces. It's, okay, never mind.
I have a question. Can you pull up the vicinity map? I'm going to ask you to try somebody who is maybe more familiar with Robertson Lane than I am, to maybe point where the as best as you can, maybe point out where the Paseo will kind of come out on Lapeer. You had a vicinity map in your presentation, so. I think that would be helpful for context to see if it's going straight into this project or another property. That's why I'm asking.
Fair. I'm also a little concerned, though, that given the way that Robertson Lane was approved, that I don't know that has, and again, I want to be respectful of all opinions, but I don't know that has bearing on our conversation here tonight.
And it might not, but I'm interested.
So the lane goes from, it's hard.
So we're looking at the mouse?
Yeah, you're looking at the mouse. Sorry, I don't have a laser pointer. No, thank you. So the lane comes through roughly here, and at sorry, touchpad is difficult. So it comes roughly like that, and it would clip the northern edge of this.
But it goes into the property north, but yeah, if it was to go in a straight line, it would go through this property.
I think the way we were looking at it is there are other opportunities for the Paseo and pedestrian pathways to be accommodated in the area. The general plan isn't specific that it needs to connect certain points. The general plan just says to increase the connectivity and pedestrian access through the area. The idea is to break up the long blocks, and I think that there are multiple opportunities there for that.
Okay, thank you.
So it doesn't have to be a straight line all the way across. It can, paseos go different directions, right?
Right.
And I think that's where I fall on that line for my, not line, but the curve. I mean, for the ways in which making it I think it takes away from the aesthetic appeal if it's just a complete direct line right through from point A to point B and it goes through multiple blocks, right? I do like the ways in which it's a walkable lane and the ways in which it presents it from point A to point B, and you kind of see the various examples of what that end of the city looks like. And so that's where I'm not hung up on that issue as much for as maybe any of my other commissioners are. But thank you for following along with the map.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just feel like the idea of having Robertson Lane that goes from one end of the city to the other, a long corridor that is walkable, is a great idea, but it involves a lot. People have to purchase the properties to make it possible. It's an ideal. It's not necessarily a must or a have to.
But it is why we put it in the general plan, because it was our goal and it was our ideal of what we wanted to do. And in fact, we just approved.
But it has a lot to do with whether people.
Please refrain from crosstalk. Sorry. I have not had anything to eat in like 7 hours. I'm like, no, don't.
If it's an ideal that we're trying to accomplish, why is the city not purchasing this property?
Pardon?
Why are we relying on developers to develop this paseo? If it's an ideal that we want to achieve, why is the city not purchasing this property?
They should be
If you look at
purchasing
that
it to
property,
make it
it's so
happen.
small. How would you ever develop a piece of property and accommodate the paseo through that property to the north of us? So I think the conversation needs to change a little bit, because why is it the developer's responsibility to continue that paseo?
It may be impossible. I mean, people may not want to sell their property to a particular developer who wants to do that or whatever.
And my only point is to be clear that where the Robertson Lane comes out is essentially the north corner of this building. But if you look at this map that Jennifer has on the screen, if you don't, and I'm fine with zigging and zagging. I don't have a problem with zigging and zagging. I think the goal was to have a line of sight across to the PDC and through the park. That was one of the goals. But if you zig this, it's going to have to follow the whole north side of this building and then come back down the back side of the building and then zig over to get to the Melrose Triangle. So that's the concern, is that this is the actual natural progression for the Paseo, and it's not there.
But Commissioner Hoopengardner, what if it just went to the north of the property that we're looking at now and connected to Santa Monica Boulevard? We could expand the boulevard sidewalk at that point and then just come around and let those buildings. I think there's different ways to deal with this, and I think creating a corridor isn't necessarily the solution, and I think we're way off topic at this point.
Yes.
But,
Well, my only concern about that, again, is we've just said, if we say this and we say, you know what, it's a nice idea, but not that important. When the developer of that northern property comes in and says, yeah, I'm not going to do it either, we've already set the precedent to say, nice idea, not important.
yeah, but Commissioner Hoopengardner, look at the size of that property. A developer will never buy that property with the intent of extending the paseo. The city needs to purchase that property, and maybe we can make that something that the city council can consider. If they really are committed to the paseo, why aren't they looking at purchasing this property in the future?
The paseo is a goal,
Yeah,
but it
this
is not a condition for approval of this particular project. So I want to really make an effort, and I am hugely appreciative of us surfacing I always want to be at once 30,000 feet in the weeds, but I want to refocus our conversation here to the merits of this project and this particular piece of property.
Another
It's not a
aesthetic
condition
merit.
for the approval, but what it is is an incentive for the public benefit requirement. And if it isn't going to be able to be done as a public benefit, then the public benefit might have to be reevaluated.
Madam Chair, I don't know. I feel like we've zigged and we've zagged. I've always wanted to say that in a professional context. But the ways I feel like I'm comfortable. I would love to see where my fellow commissioners are on the overall project, and I'm happy to make a motion. I know you always want me to state the motion.
Please state the motion
beforehand, so
before
I'll
you make it.
officially motion. I would like to officially move to approve this project. Hold on, let me find out all my, I have too many papers in front of me. Officially approve this project with the modification for the height in regards to the condition, adding a condition that it must come back to us should there be any design changes regarding the loading bay area. Rogerio, would you help me out?
You want to move staff's...
I would like to move
the
staff's
staff's
recommendation. However, I would like to see where we're at on moving the recommendation for the 3,000 feet FAR.
So you'd like to move staff's recommendation, which is to approve the height modification and
Yes.
not the FAR modification?
No, I would like to see where we are. I would like to recommend the opposite. I would like to
So you would like to move
amend staff's recommendation
as per the applicant's request?
as per the applicant's request.
With
I would love
conditions
with
for-
conditions for redesign should the loading zone or loading dock be changed and be modified and ultimately result in a whole design change for the front.
Okay.
You are including both modifications.
Yes.
I am including both
Then
modifications.
I have seconded that motion.
And
Okay.
I need to make.
And I can make it more clear.
it's okay.
maybe.
We have a comment from before we call the question.
Yeah, so staff had mentioned that you had reviewed the loading dock area and that it met the requirements. You felt comfortable with it. But from what I see and my own experience, I don't see those dimensions working out. If I'm going to go back to real numbers and graphic standards, if it's the length of a van plus 10 feet, that's the smallest van is 20 feet. That's 30 feet that you need to accommodate. So how are we going to know that you're actually accommodating real numbers? Because you haven't accommodated that yet. And I'm a little concerned, not that I don't trust staff, but you know, it was brought to the table that it's already been approved. My experience and what I see is that there's no way that that can work. And the diagram that I appreciate the applicant bringing was not convincing at all. There's no way a van can do a 45 or 90 degree turn like it was presented in that diagram. So I just want to make sure that whatever is approved is workable so we don't end up with trucks unloading on Lapeer. And I know Anawalt does that, and that was a precedence that the applicant brought to the conversation when I talked to them on the phone, but just because it's there now doesn't mean that we want that. And Anawalt will go away in time and it will become something else, and I hope that they will accommodate their own loading so we have a beautiful Lapeer Drive with the Paseo and this beautiful new building, you know, at the apex of the Paseo if the Paseo doesn't continue. So for me, I just want assurance from staff that you're going to really look at this with real numbers.
And
Yeah,
can I just follow up on that, because I want to make it very clear. This has been outlined as a design showroom. And a la Phyllis Morris, et cetera, that's some big furniture, okay? That's some big delivery trucks. And to Commissioner Caviero's point, this facility needs to accommodate them if the design showroom that is being built for it is going to be accommodating those types of large pieces of furniture, et cetera. Those trucks have to be deliverable. Remembering that there's a proposed and approved hotel entrance across the street. At the entrance to Robertson Lane Hotel is across the street from this property. So the last thing we want is a bunch of delivery trucks parked on the street on Lapeer. So that is a critical piece to this design, and I agree 100% that it is not workable as it is. You could maybe put a little tiny minivan in and out of there, but you certainly couldn't put any sizable delivery van. The requirement for the test needs to be a delivery van that's going to be delivering the types of products that are going to be in that building.
How many parking spaces are required in that area?
For this particular project?
Yes.
The requirement is 94, and the project's proposing 95.
No, for this particular area, this point of contention that we're speaking about. The loading area.
3 spaces.
That's the
Three spaces are
requirement.
That's the requirement. It's one per 20,000 square feet of gross floor area. And the staff, we hear the commission's concerns loud and clear, and it's important that, you know, the design integrity of the building isn't compromised. And so what we propose is that we add a condition under the design section, under section 8 of the resolution, which states that the project shall be modified in conjunction with the required management and use plan for delivery vehicles to provide the necessary loading backup space necessary without without widening the width of the driveway or altering the exterior design of the building prior to the issuance of the building permit.
And if it can't accommodate that and there's design changes, it comes back to
Then
planning
it comes
commission.
back to the commission for review, yes.
Okay.
And that was said much more eloquently.
But I want to make
That
one
was a
clarification.
very, can you read the,
I don't think the resolution's in a position to be able to approve tonight. If we're adding back in one of the modifications that wasn't originally included and adding in conditions, I would recommend that we bring the resolution back next time on consent.
Consent,
You
okay.
Close the hearing. We'll fix up the resolution and to conform with your direction tonight, and we'll bring it back on consent on August 1st to be approved.
if we have enough votes?
If you have a
that's-
consensus
yeah.
on this motion.
Okay.
So the direction would be to direct us to draft the resolution and bring it back.
Okay. Shall we read the motion once more for posterity?
So we'll close the hearing, we'll direct staff to revise the resolution to incorporate both modifications and the condition that Doug read related to the parking, and we'll make any other changes necessary to be consistent with that direction, and we'll bring it back on consent at the next meeting.
Thank
Don't
you,
we have to
Lauren.
vote first?
And with that, we will call, well, she's reading the motion. Now we're going to vote. Everybody ready to touch that screen?
And the motion passes, 4 ayes, 3 noes. The resolution will be brought back on August 1st under consent calendar with the amended changes.
Not find it. Where's that hardship thing?
Thank you. Everyone, please take a deep cleansing breath before we move on to our next item. You want another break? Can we take it? We're going to have a 2-minute break. Okay. Okay, so thank you for those of you who are still with us. Item 10D is ZTA for property maintenance standards. Again, this has been continued to the meeting for September 5th. And with,
Continued again? I'm sorry. I wasn't clear about why that was continued. The density one?
no, we're not there yet.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm like, I got confused.
Item 10E is ZTA for miscellaneous code amendments, of which there are 3. The first of which was to allow unlimited dwelling units and 100% affordable housing projects. That has been continued to, do we know when that's been continued to? Not yet, a date uncertain? Okay.
So
Okay.
they'll come back with a more comprehensive package of
When you
housing
when you
items
say
for
date uncertain though, like next month, December.
It's likely to come in September.
Okay, great. I just asked because I think it's a really important item given the crisis we find ourselves in, and I would like to make sure that we take that one up personally.
And we'll definitely keep you posted.
Thank you.
So I'll proceed. Good evening. My name is Rachel Diamond. I'm a senior planner in the Long Range Planning Division at the city. And tonight before you, as you previously stated, we have 3 zone text amendments. However, one item is being tabled for now to a later date uncertain. So at this point, we have 2 zone text amendments that we're discussing this evening. The first is a change to the Development Review Authority table. And this is due to some changes that have recently occurred as far as zone text amendments that have created a gap in that Development Review Authority table. So essentially what happened was there was an ordinance that was adopted in January of this year that expanded director review for commercial projects up to 30,000 square feet that weren't requesting any bonuses, conditional use permits, or other variances that would otherwise need to be reviewed by the Planning Commission. And as a result of that change, there was a specific prohibition of mixed-use projects from being reviewed by the director versus the Planning Commission. And as a result, there was the elimination of the ability for mixed-use projects 10,000 square feet and less to be reviewed administratively. Similarly, staff is recommending that mixed-use projects be held to the same standard as commercial projects in this case, where any project 30,000 square feet or less that is not requesting any variances or conditional use permits or any bonuses or incentives would be allowed to be administratively reviewed. And any project more than 30,000 square feet, whether mixed use or not, would go to the Planning Commission. This is also how review authority is structured in the Sunset Specific Plan. Additionally, there was an odd line item that was left in that chart stating residential condominiums are reviewed by the Planning Commission. That is correct. Condominium maps are reviewed by the Planning Commission, and condominium buildings that meet the size of the Development Standard Review Authority chart in residential districts, which is 7 units in R3 and 11 units in R4, would go to the Planning Commission. But if you recall, about 2 years ago, there was an amendment that allowed for administrative review, or I'm sorry, separation of the review of the development permit and the subdivision map, which is why you tend to see subdivision maps, tract maps on the consent calendar at this meeting. So staff is recommending that we strike that line just to eliminate any confusion. It doesn't change the process that's occurring on the ground. It's just confusing up the process. The second item that we'll be reviewing is a setback deviation allowance. Effectively, what has been happening is there are a number of projects that have come forward, and there have been issues with the fire department as far as their review, where the combination of height and the distance from the street has caused the fire department to provide comment during the development review process that would require things like the removal of mature trees in the front yard and or in the parkway, or a fire lane to be provided that are not in concert with our city policies. And so those types of things could result, again, in, reduction in the tree canopy, which is really important to the community, as well as kind of a deep change to the residential pattern of development that occurs on a street. So as a result, staff is recommending that we include a provision in the development standards chart that would be a note in both residential and commercial zone districts that would allow for a deviation from setbacks when you have a combination of height and setbacks, for example, that may lead to public safety means of access that are not in concert with city policies and goals. And so that would be something that would be reviewed by the review authority for projects that come before the Planning Commission. This would be under your purview. For projects that would be administratively reviewed, it would be reviewed by staff. I do have a recommended change to that language that I'd like to read into the record that's slightly different from the version that is in your packet. And essentially, I'd just like to reread the first sentence into the record. It would state, the review authority may grant deviations from required setbacks where the review authority finds, based on substantial evidence, that the combination of height and setbacks or similar standards for code-compliant development triggers requirements for life safety access methods that would conflict with city plans or policies that have been adopted by the City Council. So that is our recommendation. Similarly, because we're recommending that we do not take action on the first zone text amendment related to housing, we're requesting that you strike section 1 of the associated resolution. With that, I'm available for questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
I'm sorry.
Rachel.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Could you just repeat, you went pretty fast through that amendment.
Sure. So I'll just read that first sentence again. The review authority may grant deviations from required setbacks where the review authority finds, based on substantial evidence, that the combination of height and setbacks or similar standards for code-compliant development triggers requirements for life safety access methods that would conflict with city plans or policies that have been adopted by the City Council. So we're removing in the second sentence, we're removing, for example, after where, and then adding or similar standards after height and setbacks. That's in sections 3 and 4. It's the note at the end of each of those development standard sections. So it's in Appendix A of the resolution. You'll see it's Note 10 in the residential standards, and then it's Note 4 in the commercial standards. Both notes are the same. And so we would just strike, for example, and then add after height and setbacks, it would say or similar standard. Effectively, it's the same end result. It's just a better way to craft the language.
Saying that with the 100% affordable housing projects that building out, that you're eliminating that whole part of this thing? Okay, that's good, because
So
I
right-
wasn't able to deal with that.
Right, exactly. So since we're not covering that topic today, we would not include that in the resolution.
That's going to come back at some point, maybe, with a separate,
Exactly, most likely in September.
okay. Because I was having struggled with that one. Okay.
Any questions for staff?
So the setback deviation, would it come to Planning Commission, or would it be handled administratively?
It would depend on who the review authority is. So for projects that you would come to Planning Commission, then this setback deviation would also be under your purview as part of that project.
Okay. And mixed use would be handled administratively. It wouldn't come to Planning Commission. It wouldn't go to design review.
It would if it's larger than 30,000 square feet, or they're requesting any bonuses, incentives, conditional use permits, or variances.
So any discretionary requests, including incentives and bonuses?
Exactly,
Okay.
would come before the planning commission.
Commissioner Altschul, so go ahead.
On the 30,000 square foot project situation, what if there is something in that nature of footage that requires an EIR? Did you distinguish between projects which had a negative declaration and those that required an EIR?
Typically if something was going to require an EIR, it would likely fall under the category where staff could elect to kick it up to the planning commission. But it would be a rare occurrence that a project under 30,000 square feet would require an EIR in the city.
Well,
There'd have to be some very special
It's not
circumstance.
out of the realm of possibility.
It's very unlikely, but should that happen and it was assuming that the EIR would make it a controversial project or having some, kind of more significant concern in terms of environmental
Could be controversial
impact.
projects under 30,000 square feet. All projects of 30,000 square feet are somewhat controversial because people who live adjacent to them have issues.
And certainly if that's the case, where we get, a huge kind of response from the community, those types of projects, then tend to end up at Planning Commission. There is a provision that allows the director to pull any administratively approvable project and send it up to the Planning Commission.
I think 10,000 is enough.
Any other questions for staff about either of these items?
Commissioner Altschul, what was your last comment? What was your last comment about 10,000 square feet? I didn't hear it.
The 10,000 exemption is enough.
Just a clarifying question, because I was having a side conversation that is this question, but the city council has already decided this, right? The city council has already made this understanding of the 30,000 square. In the staff report, it says that.
How could that be? Comes here first.
On February 5th, the city council adopted ordinance which gave, sorry, I just lost my whole place. This is going from us to the city council, right? But wasn't the direction given from them regarding the director level approval authority for items of certain square footage?
That's correct for commercial only.
Yeah,
so
okay.
we're trying to factor in the mixed use
Thank
projects.
you. Okay, I was getting, and it's within staff's recommendation. I understand we've stricken items from the resolution because we're not taking the first one up today. You feel comfortable that those can be done separately?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just have one comment that concerns me, is that when it seems to have less transparency. The public's not able to weigh in on these items. And 10,000 square foot, that I was able to deal with that when we passed that. But a 30,000 square foot mixed-use project that would be next to residential, where there's less opportunity for the public to participate, concerns me.
This was discussed at long range, and I'm happy to add color after we've heard public comment. It's not quite as cut and dry as what's been written up in the staff report, but I think the inclusion of the language to the effect of that it would have to come to planning if there are any discretionary requests at all was something that, and yeah, let's hear from, I don't want to get into discussion on this.
That would
but
be
it's-
helpful to hear what happened at
Sure.
long range. Thank
Any
you.
other questions for staff at this time? Okay, with that, we'll move into public comment. David, it looks like we have 2 speakers, is that correct?
We have 2 speakers, yes.
Great, thank you. It looks like we have Adam Kaufman, followed by Edward Levin. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Oh, Adam has left. Adam has vacated the premises. All right, Edward Levin, please state your name and city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward Levin, resident of West Hollywood. I'll address the 30,000 square foot one first. I share the concerns of commission about the threshold going up from 10,000 to 30,000. Council's already acted on the commercial. Commercial and mixed use are different. They're different primarily because with the residential component of mixed use, you're entitled to bonuses for density bonus. However, because this specifically exempts projects that have any discretionary requests, it's probably harmless. I don't think, I don't think that there's any difference between a commercial project and a mixed-use project that does not request a bonus. So, to that extent, I have less concern, given that council's already acted and raised the threshold for commercial projects. As far as the deviation from setbacks, we're primarily talking about front yard setbacks. And the real problem that we have is that we are stuck with front yard setback averaging in this city. Now, that made sense 20 years ago when there were a greater percentage of single-family residents, single-family homes still in our R3 and R4 neighborhoods. Now, it ends up with an anomalous condition. And because of those anomalous conditions, applicants regularly come to you guys for a variance from the setback. And you end up having to confront the problem of making fake variances. Because you can never make the findings for the variances in many cases. And so you simply go along or you decide you can ignore the variances or not. I think I think this makes perfect sense. You need to do what staff is requiring here, because county fire will impose requirements, and there has to be some mechanism for dealing with that. But I think you need to go beyond that. I think that you should approve this tonight, but I think that you should request that staff come back to you at some point with an extension of this to allow a front yard setback deviation if the context of the site makes that deviation better correspond to the city's goals of having consistent front yards. I think you really need to get out of the business of having to make fake variances. And this should simply be extended to allow a deviation of front yard setback for any reason if the context justifies it. That should be a planning commission discretionary decision for any reason or no reason other than it meets the city's goals. So definitely, it's late, I'm sorry. I encourage you to pass number 3, but to get it extended to cover the greater situation that you regularly confront. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Do we have any other public speakers, David, at this time?
There are no more.
No? Okay, well, I'm going to close the public comment portion of the hearing, and we can move into deliberation. Why are you all looking at me like that?
Because you offered up more explanation before we went to public comment. So.
Sure. Well, I'm happy to speak on that, although I don't like to be the first one to speak. I would encourage Commissioner Bass and Commissioner Hoopengarner to back me up on this or to add their commentary. But
unfortunately, I was unable to attend that meeting.
But only the first part. Were you not there for any of it?
No.
Okay, it was just me and Commissioner Bass. Apologies. And my age has facilitated some memory loss, apparently. Oh. Okay, so as I remember it, there was some discussion about the concern about the 30,000 feet, and I actually had initially felt that my gut check was that it was too high, but I think that the fact that there was language added again to the effect of it has to come to planning if there are any discretionary, help me here, I'm sorry, my mind is failing me right now.
It's any kind of variances.
Any discretionary requests would have to come back to planning, any. Bonuses, incentives, whatever the case might be. So I think it's a huge jump. Yeah. But I think the fact that if there is anything requested, again, knowing that it's mixed use and there could be things like live work thrown in or whatever the case might be, that to me, the way that it's written now, I'm comfortable with. But
our chair's recollection is what I recall as well from long range, in that this number gave us some concern, but the fact that it would really have to be cookie cutter right out of the code to fall under this, that that gave us some comfort. That's my recollection of the meeting as well.
And yeah, and having spoken to city council about this, it is by right, 100% by right is the only thing that complies. Any other variance, deviation, et cetera, has to come to planning.
Thank you, very helpful.
I'll just offer my thoughts on both of these. Initially, when the commercial 30,000 when we discussed that, I was not incredibly enthusiastic about it, but I believe council has made that decision, and so I think that this brings it it aligns the code so that the mixed use and the commercial are treated similarly, and so I can support that, even though because council heard our initial reservations on that and decided against that, so that's their prerogative, and I respect that, and so I support the mixed use at 30,000. As far as the setback deviation, we just talked about, can we find a hardship or not on a modification? We had a development that came up before us where they asked for a variance. It was actually in my neighborhood. They asked for a variance on the setback because they were in a unique situation. And I pointed out to all of you, and you all didn't agree with me, but that there were 4 other properties on that block alone that were similarly situated. And so how is this a unique situation for the averaging? And so I couldn't find that, even though I loved the project and I wanted to get to allowing them to have the different setback some other way. So with that being said, I agree with our public comment tonight in that we should absolutely do what's here. Staff's absolutely right on this, but I would like to, if the commission feels so inclined, also allow for what Ed has suggested. We direct staff to expand on this.
Thanks, Commissioner Bass. And Commissioner Caballero?
Yeah, for those who were at long range, I mean, for me, it's a design review item issue, and I think Commissioner Buckner was about to touch on it, and Commissioner Altschul touched on it. These are more sensitive projects because they do buffer residential and commercial. I think, like the project that we just saw, commercial can be much more straightforward. Having said that, the problem is the fact was in long range, were you comfortable because the possibility of a 30,000 square foot building that fits within the envelope that wouldn't get a bonus would happen so rarely or at all, ever, that you would be able to approve it because of that?
Correct.
So from a design
This,
review,
I don't think, remind me, if staff could remind me, there wasn't language, was there language in the original at long range? Was there language to the effect of anything that requires a discretionary request would have to come to planning, or has that always been in there?
I believe that was in there for the
Okay.
last round as well.
Yeah.
long range.
And again, I mean, it was just Adam and I, but I think that we felt comfortable with the checks and balances that are in place.
yeah, I mean, for me, it's about design review, and I think mixed use is a slightly different animal from commercial, and it does buffer 2 zones in a more sensitive way, and you do have more things to think about. And if it's probably never going to happen, why are we even dealing with this? But if it does happen, I would be on the side of bringing it to design review just so we can have that conversation with the public.
Can I ask a question of staff? Where did this deletion of the mixed use come from? Was that a direction of council? Because I don't remember that component.
So council had requested that the additional 30,000 square feet, that the projects between 10 and 30,000 square feet not include mixed-use projects at that time, but they didn't necessarily intend to eliminate the ability for mixed-use projects 10,000 square feet or less to be reviewed by the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
Sure. So in council's original direction regarding that item, they had requested that projects between 10 and 30,000 square feet that were commercial only and not mixed use be allowed to be potentially reviewed by the
staff.
administrator. Yeah, the administrator, exactly.
So So,
So there's an error in the language to correct to allow for up to 10,000, but we took it a step further to say, let's consider allowing mixed-use projects that don't have any conditional use permits or variances or request bonuses or incentives to also be able to be administratively approved.
so that was not a direction from council, that's staff's addition.
Correct.
How often does that happen? That might have been your next question, sorry, but just wondering.
How often does the mistake happen, or?
No, how often do we see projects that are up to 30,000 square feet that are mixed use that don't request some kind of bonus incentive?
It's fairly rare, but there is a smaller mixed-use project that has one residential unit in it that is under 10,000 square feet, actually. That's coming in the pipeline that kind of brought this to our attention.
Was the threshold for mixed use already 10,000?
It was 10,000 or less for any project. That projects of less than 10,000 square feet of new or additional gross floor area that do not require conditional use permit or variance has been administratively approvable. But with the language that was added in the last ordinance, it kind of superseded that. So any mixed-use project would be required to be reviewed by the Planning Commission regardless of its size at this time.
But with this amendment, you would be changing that, and that would add mixed use to the 30,000 square foot exclusion. And that was not what council directed. This is a staff amendment.
That's correct. This is
Okay.
from staff.
I just want to be really clear about what's going on here.
Yes, to be very clear, this
Okay.
is a continuation of that conversation, and
Okay.
it comes from staff.
Are we allowed to ask what the project is that flagged this for you?
I don't have that information in front of me, and I don't. The planner who was here left. I apologize, but it was on Melrose. It's a 6,000 square foot mixed
I
use
think
project.
your answer changed my decision. Your answer, I think I was prepared, but upon further deliberation, I'm not in support of staff's recommendation. And I understand, and I really respect and often look forward to Mr. Levin's comments because they're very good. So kudos. But I think, and I hear what he said. You know, it might not occur, like it might not ever occur. But well, I won't say what I will say. We never thought Donald Trump would be president. But you know, I'm just saying these things happen. But I think that. I don't know. I don't think I'm in support of staff's recommendation right now. I that's where I'm at. If my fellow commissioners wanted to expand upon that.
Is this just for two, or is this?
Just under the 30,000.
For the mixed use?
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yes,
Madam-
just for that. I thought that's the only one we were talking about.
Madam
right
Chair,
now.
precisely to that point, could I make a suggestion that we just talk about one of these issues and get it done, and then talk about the second one and get it done?
Sure.
So that we don't, I think we're talking a little bit at cross purposes. 'cause
Well,
we're-
we are, but I think part of the issue is also that we need to approve this as one, we would need to approve this as one resolution, short the 30,000 feet, correct? Lauren, City Attorney, what do you recommend? Not insofar as our deliberation, but insofar as how we would or would not move this forward.
Well, they're not tied together. They're two separate topics.
Resolutions,
So why don't you
okay.
see if you have consensus on one
Okay.
or both, and then we can figure out what the resolution would look
Okay.
like.
I mean, I'm so sorry, Madam Chair. May I?
It's, no, please go. It's very,
you
this
know,
is the part I get to relax in the
I
meeting,
think
so.
we've heard a lot of times when the public has come before us and they have no idea when a project is occurring in their neighborhood until it's almost, I think Commissioner Buckner and I have talked about this, many of us have talked about this ad nauseum. But, you know, and then they come before us and, you know, everything fits very nicely in the box and our hands are legally tied for what we are allowed or not allowed to do. Or when things are approved at an even lower threshold with the planning director who is, you know, very qualified, you know, but I do want to encourage public participation on very large projects and 30,000 square feet to come before the planning commission versus going before an administrative level, I think is something that the commission and the city owes to the public for which it serves. And personally, that's why I don't think I support this change. And I would like to make sure that we do all of our due diligence to encourage the public to be able to express their opinions on large projects, mixed-use projects happening in their backyard, in their neighborhood, or likewise. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
May I ask a question?
I totally agree with that, because I think passing this would abrogate our right or our obligation to the public to have participation and to have transparency.
My question is, if it is an easier process for a developer to go through administrative approval than to have to come to a planning commission meeting and go through the public process, would this discourage, as we try to get more housing, somebody who is building a 30,000, just slightly under, mixed use, discourage them from asking for a bonus or a concession or something so that they don't have to come here? And, that's only 1 unit or 2 units, but would it discourage that process and we actually lose housing in the in that decision?
Oh, thank you. It's certainly possible that someone could reduce the size of their project to keep it in that administrative realm, the same way that they may reduce the size of a residential building to come within that threshold. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to remind you that projects between 10 and 30,000 square feet are required a neighborhood meeting as well. So there is some connection to the community in terms of noticing and meetings.
So to be clear, how much longer is the staff process than coming to Planning Commission, and the incremental value that a developer would gain by developing another couple thousand square feet, you're saying that they would be willing to walk away from that in exchange for a 2 or 3 month streamline?
I'm saying that it's possible.
Excuse me. I also am concerned that a 30,000 square foot building seems big to me. It doesn't seem so big when I think about it being commercial, but when it's mixed use, it does seem big, because generally they're backed up to neighborhoods, like really close. That's one thing. The other thing is that if it goes through the department without having to come to planning, then it's also probably not going to go to design review. So there's no public opportunity to input to it, and I'm concerned about that.
Well, there's a neighborhood meeting requirement.
Yeah, but the neighborhood meetings, if you look at our packets, very often, very few people go. A lot of people say they didn't get notice.
Well, people say that at planning commission meetings too. I'm playing devil's advocate here, but.
At least people watch these meetings on the TV.
With popcorn.
Yeah, popcorn in their jammies, but they might be paying it more attention than they would a neighborhood meeting where only 1 or 2 people from the neighborhood.
I think fewer and fewer watch it on TV because people are giving up spectrum.
So I personally am disinclined to this strikeout of the residential review. I don't feel that that's appropriate, especially given that it was not council's direction. Council was very specific in their direction and very limited in their direction, and I don't feel that this addition, or rather deduction, is in any way reflects that. And to Commissioner Altschul's point, it removes transparency and it removes the review authority that would give the public that transparency.
So it sounds like we don't have agreement on, or a consensus. It sounds like most people here are inclined to require that anything above 10,000 feet come to planning.
Would you like
which was candidly my initial feeling about this. So I'm kind of excited that you
Do we
guys
need to,
agree.
may I ask a question of the city attorney? Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean. Because these are multiple ZTAs, do we need to take these as one big motion of approval?
Right,
or
it's one
disapproval?
resolution.
Or because it's one resolution?
That was my initial question about the way that we vote on this.
Well, I think that we can try and get to a decision on the 2 different topics, and then we'll figure out whether we can accomplish that by changing some language in the proposed code, or saying that you recommend no to one and yes to the other. So I want to see what your decisions are first, and then I'll figure out.
Do we want to do a quick straw vote on
We've
2?
done 1 and 2, right? Well,
Well,
not doing
one's
1,
not
I'm sorry,
happening.
2 and 1,
This
2 and 3.
was before us.
3.
Yeah.
So should we just do a quick pass through here? So how would you vote? Would you vote for or against this?
Against.
Against.
30,000 square feet? Against.
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 I'm on the fence. I don't know.
He'd vote for the fence.
6-1.
Regardless,
You're
I'd
not
be
on the fence
outvoted.
anymore.
Well,
How's that
to be clear, I mean, I think we're talking a little bit at cross purposes in that the 30,000 square feet is an issue, but council has voted on that, okay? And that is the code, and that is, what they've decided. What's before us is this business of amending, whatever, I keep losing
What's
track.
before us is to change the threshold.
Is to change these additional strikeouts that were not even part of council. Is the 30,000 already, because I'm not seeing any amendments for the 30,000, that's already been done.
So the amendment is to strike out or is a mixed residential/commercial project. And that effectively would have made the change that we are requesting.
So that's on page 5.
Well,
Yes.
it doesn't matter.
That being said, it sounds like you don't want to make that change, but we would recommend that there are some changes as part of this that you still should carry forward, including the elimination of residential condominiums as a line item, and then to still clarify that projects of less than 10,000 gross square feet of new or additional gross floor area that don't require a conditional use permit or variance also includes mixed-use projects that are 10,000 square feet or less. And so we could do that by changing the first line under commercial zoning districts except SSP to projects of 30,000 gross square feet or more of new or additional gross floor area, or requires a conditional use permit or variance, or requests bonuses or incentives beyond the baseline zoning requirement, or is a mixed residential/commercial project larger than 10,000 square feet. For the second line, it would read commercial-only projects between 10,000 to 30,000 gross square feet of new or additional, et cetera, et cetera. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does for me.
Yes. And I think that would achieve what we're all talking about.
Right, so it sounds like what 6 to 1 of us have contention with is the introduction of the 10 to 30, well, anything up to 30,000 square feet, well, between 10 and 30,000 square feet. Correct?
It wasn't a 1, it was an on the fence. And I really do think this, I could support the recommendation that Rachel just read. I just think that there's a possibility that somebody would say, I'm not going to planning commission. I won't ask for a bonus and then not come just so they could avoid coming here.
I just
So
can't see people walking away from that much money.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
I'd also like to know whose project that is on Melrose, just for my own notification.
So should we move on to 3?
Yes, please. Whoever wants to go ahead, and Commissioner Erickson.
I don't, city attorney, do we need to, I'm sorry, Lauren, I always feel bad calling you city attorney.
It sounds like there was general consensus that we would approve the second part of number 2, which included the amendments that Rachel read into the record, but not the increase of anything less than 30,000 square feet not coming to, or between 10 and 30,000 square feet not coming to planning commission. That is the part with which we, as a
Yes.
body, disagree, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we can move on to 3.
I have nothing to say on the third one, personally, at the moment.
Okay.
how does everyone feel about Ed Levin's suggestion of giving direction that we go further than this?
I think it would make everyone's jobs a lot easier, honestly.
But
Then that
I
includes
feel-
staff.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that includes staff. I mean, I'm speaking out of turn, but I'm in support of staff's recommendation, and I also think it's not, given some of, especially on the east side, some of the issues we've had with front setback averaging. It always stinks to have to, ask for something that would actually make the project better, or that's a better fit for the neighborhood. That's my feeling about that. And I know you're talking about the Spalding project, Adam. I have a
Yeah.
feeling.
Yes.
So I'm aligned to kind of take it a step further.
My concern is legal. This aspect hasn't been noticed.
Right, so what I would suggest is, because this issue that's before you is really about the fire department deviations,
Right.
that we put on a future agenda a discussion of what
Okay.
that could look like, and then
Okay.
you talk about how you would want to
Totally
frame
fair.
up the
And
text
thank you,
amendment.
Commissioner Himmelgarner, for calling that out.
They haven't even talked about whether it's getting rid of setback averaging or whether there was some other ideas that Mr. Levin put forward, so I think that should be its own discussion topic.
Especially because it wasn't noticed as such for tonight's
Right.
meeting.
The whole issue of changing the whole concept of how setbacks are calculated, I think more than a few people have interest in and would want to be noticed about such a decision. So I think for us to deliberate that subject tonight without noticing would be very problematic.
No, I think we would pass this. We would just give direction that because of this conversation,
Right.
we're interested in continuing the conversation in
And
the
that
future.
we come back with additional discussion on
sounds-
the item.
I would suggest kind of folding that into maybe a recommendation to council.
The second part? The new part? Go ahead. No. That wasn't on the agenda tonight, talking about getting rid of the setback averaging and the other items. Sorry, I was talking to Mr. Kehoe. Okay, so that could be a separate agenda item on a future meeting to talk about whether there's consensus that you're all
Yes.
interested in that topic.
Yes.
Yes.
And I
Okay.
think because it does come up so often, or often enough, that it's something that we should discuss.
Would it be appropriate at the end of our meeting to ask staff to agendize that at some later date? That
I
it
think
should
we
be
have
a
enough
part of-
consensus now
Yeah.
to bring
So it
it
would
back.
become part of our minutes for tonight.
Yes, that will come back on another meeting to talk about that, but not to hold up the fire department
Part.
piece of it.
So with that in mind, I think I could approve the staff's recommendation with regard to that particular
Right, but I think
third
we
one.
need to be clear because this is one resolution, like, can we read this into the record? Kind of all of its component parts of how we are
Yes.
voting?
Sure, I'll go ahead. So, the changes to Resolution PC 19-1334 in Appendix A are as follows as part of your motion. Section 1 will be stricken. In Section 2,
To be clear, when you say stricken, it means that the amendments that you've proposed here would not be a part of this motion.
Section 1 will be removed from the resolution language completely. In Section 2, which will now become Section 1, residential condominiums will be removed from the code language under the residential zoning districts portion of Table 4.2, Development Permit Review Authority. Under the same table, under commercial zoning districts except SSP, the first line item will read as follows. Projects of 30,000 gross square feet or more of new or additional gross floor area or requires a conditional use permit or variance or requests bonuses or incentives beyond the baseline zoning requirements or is a mixed-use residential/commercial project larger than 10,000 square feet. The next line will read, commercial-only projects between 10,000 to 30,000 gross square feet of new or additional gross floor area that does not require a conditional use permit or variance or does not request any bonuses or incentives beyond the baseline zoning requirements. And then Section 3 will become Section 2, and Section 4 will become Section 3. In both of those sections, the note, in Section 3, the note will read, the review authority may grant deviations from required setbacks where the review authority finds based on substantial evidence that the combination of height and setbacks or similar standards for code-compliant development triggers requirements for life safety access methods that would conflict with city plans or policies that have been adopted by the city council. The deviation shall be to the minimum extent necessary to avoid the conflict with city plans or policies. By way of example only, when the combination of height and setbacks triggers the need for installation of a new fire lane or the removal of mature trees to provide fire department access to the development, The applicable setback may be reduced by the review authority to the minimum extent necessary to site the building closer to the street for the fire department to safely access the building without having to create a new fire lane or removal of the mature trees. That note will be the same in both sections 3 and 4, now called sections 2 and 3.
Okay, possibly the longest motion we've ever had here.
Now, in the resolution itself, it talks about the 100% affordable housing projects. This is not in the attachment.
That has been stricken, correct?
But we didn't just address that.
Right, and so any language related to that item will be eliminated from the earlier recitals.
Thank you.
In sections 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the actual resolution language.
And any clerical amendments needed to be consistent with this motion. We'll make those.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. We can call the question.
No, time out. I want to clarify my motion, okay? My motion is to adopt the language as presented by Rachel this evening as a consent item for the next meeting, because I think we all need to really clearly read this through. As long as, then it's on consent, then we're good.
You mean to
okay?
bring it back as a consent?
It's just so we can review the language as it really comes through, because we've had this. I mean, first of all, I don't process information auditorily. I need to read it. It's just not how my brain works. And so my motion is, yep, it's all good, the way we just discussed it, but that it comes back as a document as consent. And if I had my way, they would come back as separate items so that they are unique documents, so that they are uniquely reviewable, so that we're not trying to weave our way through 3 different items. And that's my motion.
And I seconded the motion because I too, a lot has been said. Rachel, you've done a splendid job of reiterating all that, but I would like to just see it once more and read through it specifically as separate items, because this specific one I spent more time on than parts of the agenda tonight, because this one was really nuanced and complicated with what you were asking us for. I think out of public transparency as well, if we're having to need more clarity, I want to make sure the public has that clarity as well.
Okay, we ready to call the question?
And the motion passes unanimously. This will be brought back on a consent calendar item at a future date as amended.
Thank you. Moving on to item 11, new business. There is none. Item 12A, unfinished business, is update on composition of Planning Commission subcommittees.
Good evening, Chair. We wanted to bring this item back to you. You may remember that earlier this year we had a discussion item regarding the makeup of subcommittees in regard to specifically to the Design Review Subcommittee. We had a discussion about our concerns with the possibility of having what we had traditionally, which was a standing alternates to our subcommittees, and the concern of possibly having serial meetings when someone has to step aside for one particular item and another commissioner step in, and then that item comes back at a later time, that unfortunately we might have a serial meeting, meaning 4 commissioners actually review a project. So we talked about how all the other commissions don't have standing alternates, and then that's not best practice, and the city attorney has confirmed that that's not really what we should be doing, and so we talked about not having alternates. The commission had some concerns about how that was being organized, so we think we've come up with a system that kind of splits the issue a little bit. Oh, and David, if you could put the slide on there. And so the idea is, and we put it in this agenda, so, yes, I think, oh, we didn't. So the idea, okay, so the idea is that we would add an agenda item that's on the screen called items from commissioners. So it would have commissioner comments, and then another item that would be subcommittee management. And so that would allow at every single planning commission the opportunity for, if we knew there was going to be a commissioner who was going to be absent from a subcommittee, we could appoint someone to that position.
Or really just deal with absences.
And deal with absences, or other issues.
Yeah, really, it's just about management of the subcommittees, being able to have a transparent conversation in public if someone knows they're going to be absent a lot, or if there's a lot of conflicts of interest coming up and they're not going to be able to participate. We can either change the meeting date. I think in very rare instances, maybe we'll decide that we need to change the composition of the commission because someone hasn't been able to participate for whatever reason. So it gives us a standing item to always have a conversation about your subcommittees, and if there's any attendance or quorum issues that we need to deal with, it's there.
Right. I mean, it's not going to be a solve for every instance of absence, but it is a workaround, one that candidly I very much appreciate, given kind of I know we didn't, without having to do away with alternates entirely, right?
And then also this allows us to keep track of who got appointed and that type of thing, because that was one of our concerns. Another concern has been about the ability for the commissioners to know if there is going to be a conflict. And so one thing that current planning is now going to be doing is within the first 30 days of an application coming in, they're going to look at the radius maps to see if it looks like if anybody's going to be within a conflict area, and then contact that planning commissioner. So that way they'll know well in advance of an item, and then we can use this process to hopefully handle that situation.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a question? So Rogerio's on on the design review committee at this time, along with John and I. And a couple of times he's had to be away, and he has provided his notes to us. So he doesn't get to vote because we still have a quorum for the design review by having two of us there. But it does, it's very valuable because of his background in particular to have his comments. So how do we deal with that? So he would, if he knows he's going to be absent, he wouldn't provide any comments either?
Well, I think there's a couple ways you can handle it. One option is to move the meeting if you know there's a scheduled absence in advance, and then the public has noticed that the regular date is going to be moved to another time. I think in rare instances when it has to go forward that night and he can't be there and he has some, very specific design comments, he could provide them. You can't vote, if you're not present at a meeting, but certainly providing a written letter that's available to the public is a possibility. But I think we're trying to come up with solutions for how to deal with these situations. They come up sometimes, not all the time, and so we want to be able to deal with it and have some options.
And this gives us the ability to deal with that on a case-by-case basis. Like, there's never going to be a kind of a pro forma standard if Rogerio is absent from planning and isn't able, or, from design review and isn't able to make it.
So we won't ever have some other member of our commission come into design review? No substitutes?
I think we should avoid the alternate program. It has a...
So to be
It
clear,
can lead to problems, and it's difficult for staff to manage who was at what meetings. We talked about this a lot at the February meeting, so this is just a way to manage the subcommittees and attendance and quorums and make sure that we can function effectively.
so there will be no substitutes at all?
So,
No permanent alternates.
No permanent alternates or no substitutes at all?
No
I don't think there's really a difference between a substitute.
Well, if an I mean,
but this proposal here would be that we would vote to say, oh, okay, John can't attend, then we hereby vote that this meeting to
so is that not the purpose?
Wasn't my intent. My intention was to talk about scheduled absences, if we knew a conflict was going to come up, and to deal with it on a case-by-case basis. It was not my intention to put in a substitute every time, because we're trying to get away from that process. To me, this was more about if you need to move the meeting.
Let me see if I understand. This would allow us to know in advance. It can be decided, in the example Sue gave about Rogerio providing some notes, but it would also give us the opportunity, since Sue and John live so close to each other, let's say there was going to be a project on their street, there's no way of avoiding that conflict of design review, as they're both property owners. In that situation, it could be the prerogative that we appoint for that particular project, because they'll be excluded for the whole project all the way through.
No, that's not necessarily true, because there's been projects that John has been excluded and I have not.
I'm using an example just assuming that
But where you
were
are
both
both
conflict.
within, which means we're not going to have a design review subcommittee meeting with one person.
Right.
So in a rare example.
I'm using a
that
rare
might-
example because there's
that might be
probably
the
not going to be
case
development on your block.
Where we need to appoint 2 different people to be
Actually,
on it
there
for a
is.
while. But it would be the rare exception. I don't want to suggest that we're going to be changing the composition of the subcommittees every month.
But
because
see,
I
that
think
would be really
that's-
clear because we would know that if it was a
conflict is
situation where there was a
coming, you're
conflict.
gonna know
Or
well in
Ruggiero
advance.
and Stacy live so close to each other, it could happen something on their block,
Yeah.
Right.
We're gonna have
Or an
new chair, we
instance
may
in
not
which there
be on
is
design review.
an absence that's been announced and then someone is sick. Again, I know that these are overwhelmingly the exception, not the rule. I just want to try to get ahead of some of these.
So my concern with this is, and I'm all down with the transparency piece. That's great. But my concern with this is the objective of the design review commission, meeting, or body, is to do just that, to provide early feedback to the developer to maximize the design possibilities for our city. And if we continue to have a truncated body reviewing these projects because one person's out sick and another person's out, got to, work, then we are denying our city the benefit of that expertise and that conversation, importantly, that conversation that happens in those meetings. Notes are great, but the conversation, as we even noticed tonight, the conversation adds a considerable amount of value. And if we take a person out of the room on the regular, and we know from experience that one person is gone at least every month, and so then we're really denying our community the benefit of that expertise.
And then you have the possibility to appoint someone else to be on the committee. You could always change the composition of the committee permanently and appoint a new subcommittee member who could be there more often.
And we're going
No,
to
it's
be electing a
random.
new chair and vice chair, and they may appoint somebody else to the committees. We may not even have John and I both together on.
Lauren, just backing up quickly, are you able to provide some, or John, provide some context just for the public around kind of what the issue with the alternates is, this issue of the serial meeting? Can you just run through that? I don't even know that everyone watching would know what that is.
Sure, so there's 3 members on your standing subcommittees, and it had become a practice. It hadn't been a long-standing practice, I think only a couple years, of having an alternate be available if someone couldn't come. So if someone was absent and a group of 3 were at the meeting, they've now talked about this item outside of your full committee meeting. Then if that item comes back, the alternate's not there, the regular member is there, now you have 4 people who have been dealing with this matter outside of a public meeting. And it's very difficult for staff to track which meetings there was an alternate, which meetings the regular 3 were there, when somebody was absent, and it's too difficult of a process to track to avoid.
But what's the threshold of talking about a project? Would this be once you receive a staff report or a packet, an official correspondence from the city? Like, if you're not going to be at a meeting.
It's because a subcommittee is sort of an exception or a subset of this body. This is the body that does the work. Your subcommittee is an advisory group that does advisory work and talks about items not in here, in a smaller group. And so you want to make sure that you're not having a majority of you discussing these projects before you get in this room.
Right,
It's
but
kinda
if we only
technical.
have 3 people at a subcommittee meeting,
But
I'm
if
not
items
trying to be dense. I'm.
Isn't the
But
fact
it's when an item comes back to you another time and the same alternate isn't there, you have a different composition of the people.
But you
There
also
are
have a
times-
different proposal.
Lauren is right. In
You
that
have
the
a
fact
different
that the
proposal.
The alternate situation has only been the last several years.
Yeah, right.
Prior to that, if somebody couldn't show up, it was just an ad hoc selection by the secretary to call somebody, are you available?
Right, it comes, I see what you're
Also,
saying.
there has been more and more in design review where people have been asked to come back before the design review committee for a subsequent
that's right,
time.
okay.
Prior to that, that hardly ever happened.
But to be clear, Lauren, if something comes to design review and the design review says, that's nice, make these adjustments and come back. What comes back is now a new proposal. So it's a new, I mean, does the clock not start ticking again?
I wouldn't
project.
consider that. It's
the same
the
application.
evolution of the same project that eventually is going to come before you.
But then the same would apply to Robertson Lane that's coming back to this body.
But this
Because-
body is a public
But you're the full
meeting.
body. You're hearing it in this
It's an
room.
open meeting with everybody.
Well, but the design review is an open meeting as well.
Is this a receive and file?
Public hearing,
This
it's
is just a
noticed,
receive and file.
it's-
But
Well,
everybody
well,
is
hold on, but
participating.
that's a formal amendment application. So they got something approved. They have now filed for a formal amendment to that project, and that is a separate application. That is something different. We're talking about the evolution of a project that's coming to design review a couple times before it gets to you.
Thank you for the receive and file.
So,
I think that also we might be a little bit premature in really hashing this out, maybe with this recommendation, because council is still yet to act on the 2 at-large seats. And if compositions of subcommittees were to change, I think that also does increase a different, I'm not saying or hope I do, but I'm just letting you know, I'm just trying to say that, I think those aspects of which we've ad nauseum talked about, that could be completely a non-issue in the future. Correct? Because it sounds like I am not on a subcommittee, or whatever we're calling them. However, I just feel like if certain members of this commission are not reappointed, then it changes this conversation because of the ways in which, for the last few
But it
meetings
could
I've
happen
heard.
10 years from now that
Yeah.
the same
The subject
situation
is still
comes
the
up.
same.
So
And let them deal with it then.
Okay.
we're going to be very careful. That's
Let's
amazing.
just watch and see how it goes. We're going to try this process.
Yeah.
If there's a lot of meetings where there's only 2 members, and we'll deal with it. And you can always change the composition of a subcommittee. You can. It doesn't have to be the annual election.
The problem
we can
with-
revisit those.
I would like
topics.
to say one thing, and that is that staff had originally came and said we're getting rid of alternates, and this commission pushed back. And I believe that staff has done an exceptional job of hearing that we didn't like that resolution and coming back with something that you think will work. And I personally think this is a good way forward. And if it's not, then we can address this again down the road. So thank you for hearing our concern.
It's not perfect, but recognize that we wouldn't want to have a serial meeting in a situation in which, or a quorum in which something has to come back to design review. So heard. Anybody else have any comments about this?
I just want to be clear that the absence, if you've got someone who's chronically absent, then it's obvious that they need, you need to reappoint someone who's going to be there. But in my experience, that's not what happens. It's this meeting, it's so-and-so has to travel, and the next meeting, it's, person B is sick, and the next meeting, it's person D, ABC, C has to recuse themselves, and, so it's cyclical and not necessarily, oh, well, that person's always gone.
I don't think it's been a real problem, to tell you the truth, but okay.
Okay. Are we ready to move on? Item 13 is excluded consent calendar. There is none. Item 14A is items from staff planning managers update.
Nothing this evening,
No,
thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. Item 15 is public comment. David, do we have any public speakers?
We do. We have one. Ed Levin?
Thank you, Chair. Edward Levin, resident of West Hollywood, and I'll try to be more coherent than I was on the last item. As far as design review, as far as the design review subcommittee alternates and rescheduling, I would simply encourage you to reschedule, to use the rescheduling as little as possible. It creates a hardship for the applicants. It also gets involved with permit streamlining. I commend your decision to hold to the 10,000 square foot threshold. I was also under the misimpression that that was council direction. Honestly, I think it's fairly less of a problem because no one is, if on a 30,000 square foot building, no one's going to give up that 10,000 square feet to save 2 months, but I think it's much better to keep the threshold lower for the design review. One thing that I actually did come up here to say has to do with the idea of the modifications. There is a problem in the zoning ordinance. 19.60.140 speaks about modifications and variances, and it talks about the hardships and effects of a modification, and it says that the director shall consider. Our zoning ordinance seems to believe that modifications are only the province of the director. 1960-040A only speaks about the director making modifications, and 1960-040B speaks about variances in terms of the Planning Commission, but there is nothing in here which talks about the Planning Commission making modifications and whether we require hardship findings for those or not. There is absolutely nothing in the code that addresses that, and I think that and the threshold for hardships is creating a lot of confusion. So I would very much encourage you to encourage staff to look at that aspect of the zoning ordinance and to find some way of addressing the situation in which the Planning Commission addresses modifications, because, as I said, there is nothing in there that specifically deals with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levin.
Does it say the director can or the director may?
It says, 19.60.040, findings and decision, director action on modification. Where a hardship exists, the director may approve a modification application with or without conditions, or modify or deny the request, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Item 16 is items from commissioners. Do we have anything from anyone? Thank you. Oh, Commissioner Hoopengarner?
I would just like to reiterate what I stated earlier as related to these ZTAs, and it's an item that I brought forward as an item from Commissioner at least once before and possibly twice before, and that is not bringing forward ZTAs in a conglomeration. That if you bring them forward neatly as each an individual item, a number of things happen. One, it becomes a short title that people can see online in the agenda. The agendas get truncated, and so people don't even see the 4th, 5th, and 6th items in the agenda. Two, it's extraordinarily difficult to review this with 3 different items weaving in through all of the code, et cetera. It is, as John said, very time-consuming, and we have jobs, and it would really be nice to be able to say, item 1, here's the staff report, here's the amendment, next, and move on. I can't emphasize this enough, that this melange of ZTAs is just very frustrating for me personally, and I don't think I'm alone in this. Thank you.
I agree. It makes it very complicated, and it could be simpler if they were just separate ones.
I'll always add,
Like try to sift through it and try to figure out what it is, but I agree. I think it would make our job a lot easier and quicker.
and likely more transparent for the public. Anyone else?
A member of the public mentioned something that's going before council that we took up, and that there are not staffs. Planning Commission made very specific recommendations, of which I thought were unanimous, but or 6-1, whatever it was, that is not being taken up. Is that an alternate recommendation within the staff report?
It is. It is an alternate recommendation in the staff report, and we'll make additional efforts to clarify the discussion that the Planning Commission had when that item goes back to the council.
Thank you. I just remember it was a substantial conversation, and I just want to make sure council hears our thoughts on that stuff because it's a larger story. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'd like to follow up on that, and that is that I'm not an expert. I mean, I work in nonprofit, I worked in city government before that, but I don't have a planning degree. I really rely on staff, and you know this, I ask a lot of questions. But I believe we talked about transparency tonight, I believe for transparency for the public, that when the Planning Commission takes a vote and forwards something to City Council, that should be what's presented to City Council, even if staff has to say, we think this is the wrong decision, and you should not accept Planning Commission's recommendation. It should, you should actually, take our recommendation instead, including a resolution that's, that has that language. I'm fine with that. Tell council when we're wrong. I want you to do that. But I think for transparency for the public, what we vote on needs to be what goes to council. And maybe that's a direction that they have to make and have told you otherwise. But that's my opinion.
That is to a great extent exactly what happens. When the staff recommendation is not always the same as the Planning Commission recommendation. In this case, this is a specific interpretation of or implementation of a director's interpretation. It's a little bit more complicated than the typical ZTA. However, the the Planning Commission resolution always goes to the council, and at the very least, the Planning Commission recommendation is discussed in the staff report and included as an alternate. So they always have that information, even if the staff is recommending that the council consider a different option.
Okay, thank you. That's just, it comes from a transparency point of view that most people, I think, who attend these meetings, Ed Levin being the exception, don't know that process to go to the city council. And so they think when we vote on something, that's that they don't necessarily recognize there's a process between here and there.
Anyone else?
I also wanted to just comment on the comment about modifications. So anytime there's a modification on a project that's going to Planning Commission that we're aware of, we always bring it along with everything else that goes to the Planning Commission. We don't prevent modifications from coming to the Planning Commission and approve them at the staff level. We always wrap the modifications up and they come to the Planning Commission along with everything else. There's provisions in the ordinance that allow the director to move things from staff up to higher review authorities, so we already are doing that.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, with that, we will move to item 17, which is adjournment, and we will adjourn to a regularly scheduled meeting on Thursday, August 1st, here at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.